All righty. Must be on that. Fuck. All right, we're good. Must be on that Marvel Rivals getting his ass. No. Been working on the game. That's what I've been working on. Make sure to support Spider Combat, y'all. Been putting in work, bruh. Putting in work. Lordy. So no more Black History Month. How do we feel about that? No more Black History Month. Did y'all see that? What a time to be alive. Black History Month is gone. Bye-bye. Sayonara. Huh. Nah. We gonna be next? No more Negroes? Nah. There's no point in having us eradicated or having us disappear if we can be used as cheap labor. That's not what you do, bruh. Although, to be honest with you, I don't even understand now. I thought I had my finger on the pulse. Nope. MLK and Juneteenth as well, right? No, those are untouched. Y'all gotta see. Here we go. Allegedly, Internal Defense Intelligence Agency memo ending observance of MLK and Juneteenth. So, what I read, what it says, those with the asterisk, the pause will not affect federal holidays. But everything else, Black History Month, Women's History Month, Holocaust Day of Remembrance, Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month, Pride, Women's Equality Day, National Hispanic Heritage Month, National Disabilities Employment Awareness Month, National American Indian Heritage Month. Pause on special emphasis programs and related activities and events. Okay. Agencies working internally with the department to implement the executive orders, any radical and wasteful government of DEI programs, and preferencing and initial recursions, rescissions of harmful executive orders and actions. Lord, DIA will pause all activities and events related to agency special emphasis programs. Hot damn, that's crazy. That's wild, man. That is wild. What a time to be alive. Well, I hope everybody's ready. Y'all saw Dr. Umar. They got Dr. Umar. Dr. Umar was tap dancing. Why do you want your enemy to celebrate you? What? Why do you want your... Like, what? Boy. What? What a day. And then apparently he implemented some anti-Semitism bills. If I'm not mistaken, of course. That's of course. Where is it? Trump order targets pro-Palestinians to combat anti-Semitism. 336, you're on the line.
Hey, what's up, man? Kind of a long time listener. I used to listen to you back in the day. Um, kind of was on a right wing rabbit hole back in the day. Then I kind of realized these motherfuckers are racist. And then I got kind of reintroduced to your shit more recently. Now I saw the switch you made, so I've been listening since, man. So big ups to what you're doing, man. Yeah, just wanted to give you, your props.
Appreciate it, man. You take care and stay safe.
Yeah, yeah.
Appreciate it. Appreciated. 385. You're on the line.
Hey, Lucas, what's going on? Thanks for having me on. I spoke with some more FBAs this week, and for some reason they still seem to have like this consensus agreement that like segregation is like not racist, and desegregation was like a bad thing, and they don't like MLK, and it's all what I gauge, and I don't know if you're feeling the same or if you've seen the same, but this is largely based on like reparations and trying to like basically, I guess, I don't know. What do you think
about what? About the whole segregation thing?
Well, it looks like it's like they're trying to create a distinction between Black Americans that are right off the slave ship, and then like Africans that come here, and other Black people that come here, and then they're designated as African Americans. And so, I don't know if I agree. I don't know if I agree with that, but they're not even the last ones I spoke with. They're not even Trump supporters. But the ones that I spoke with on the panel with you guys, they were, and so I don't think they understand the dichotomy there. Because their ideologies are basically aligned with Trump supporters, MAGA more specifically.
Yeah, very much so. I don't disagree.
Okay, yeah, I get. I haven't. I feel like it's not even like trademarked or anything like that. So I'm having difficulty figuring out like what the root source is. FBA or
FBA is trademarked.
A lot of. Say again.
FBA is trademarked.
Federal. Sorry, what is it called? Foundational Black Americans. That's trademarked. Is it patented?
I don't know if it'd be patented. I know there's a trademark on it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's no origination. There's no like organization that is helping provide. There's like minimal infrastructure to this movement. I guess, to say the least. And so I'm having trouble putting that together. The last folks I spoke with this week, actually, they weren't even able to have a conversation with me. They basically crashed out as soon as I called. I said that segregation, the fact that they want segregation is racist by definition. So.
Well, the issue is you can have segregation right now. I think the problem I have with many of them is that they need a law to tell you to hang around Black people. I think that's the issue. And if you need a law to have that happen, then you're going to lose. I think that's ultimate assimilation right there.
Yeah, so that was what I was trying to get to. Is say if they wanted to do it in a tactful way, they wanted to present it in a tactful manner to where it doesn't seem like a divisive. It doesn't seem like divisive rhetoric, and people will actually root for it. And what I was having trouble trying to figure out is where is the starting point? Because trying to make it a law doesn't seem plausible. It doesn't seem like a possible thing to do in an ethical manner.
What do
So
you
I don't
mean
know how
make it
they
a
can
law?
make the. Yeah, I don't know how they can make it legal, right? They could do it in a legal fashion without it being, black people are already seen as like radical, right? Black Democrats even more radical, right? Especially today.
What are you saying is radical? I'm not sure
black
I
people in the
understand.
center. Sorry, I didn't hear that last part.
What are you saying is radical? I'm not sure I understand.
Well, at the baseline, just the existence of certain people. Black folks in the center, radical. Black folks in the left, radical. So if you're starting off with that as a base, how do you even present this ideology, which isn't like largely left or largely right? How do you like communicate this in such a way to where it seems like an ethical and economical thing that can actually be analyzed?
What are you
and be
referring to?
built
I don't know what you're
infrastructure.
referring to.
The infrastructure of actually implementing this.
What are you talking about? Implementing what?
Implementing. So again, the purpose of this in my head is reparations, right? So if they're saying, hey, segregation is going to help me get reparations, is going to make it easier for us to get reparations, and here's a blueprint. How do they even present that in such a manner to where it doesn't? Because either one of those, first off, Americans don't want reparations for black people. Second off, saying, hey, I want segregation, it's already gonna be divisive. So either way you spin it, whether it's the left or the right, no one's gonna agree with that fight. How I'm saying is, how do you even communicate that? Why hasn't this been thought through? Like, why is this the big push? Is there some type of history that I'm missing? Because to them, they believe their ancestors were born in America, never came off a slave ship. Nothing, right? They were basically here before tribal Indians of America, right? Before they got their land stripped away, before the slave ship came. That's where they believe that the starting point is. I'm not seeing any evidence to support that at the moment.
Yeah, I'm not sure where they would be getting it.
And so that's what I'm saying. Like, if anything, they could spin this as, hey, MAGA might like the fact that it is segregative. You got white nationalists over there, you got the KKK over there. They'd be like, cool, right? But the minute you start talking about reparations, like, no, I don't know how I feel about that. And so that's where I'm saying, like, why isn't this bigger? Why isn't this more public? And my only thought is that it doesn't make sense. But
why
the
isn't
fact
what
that I see
public
more,
or bigger?
Foundational Black Americans. Why is that?
Because
more,
it's an online,
like a more popular topic.
It's an online gimmick. That's why.
I feel like that's very easy to say, but the fact that I'm seeing people like Dr. Umar, who's crazy anyway, I'm seeing other black folks talking about this. Now, a
Yeah,
pattern
online.
is that these are exactly, but if they're, I feel like there's some type of connection there between black MAGA folks and this
There
whole
is.
thing.
The FBA crowd and MAGA crowd are very similar.
They are. I just haven't put together yet. That was my whole point. I haven't. I don't have a conclusion. But yeah, I appreciate the call. Um, just
All right,
wanted
man.
to see if you had any thoughts on that.
Yeah, no problem.
Uh,
I don't get it. 443, you're on the line.
Yo, man, I'm telling you, whenever Trump says anything, everything just goes to crap. You know, I'm over 60 years old. Most of my money I put in stock.
Okay.
But whenever he opens his mouth, man, and says some crazy stuff, the stock market just crashes. Like today, it was like 100 and -4 in the hole. Just whenever he opens his mouth. So right now, I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to do. I had to pull most of my stuff early this morning when I read what he had said. So I started pulling my stuff, and I'm glad I did. I had stock that was good. It just shot all the way down to the bottom and to losses. So yeah,
Really?
He's going to be a problem. Yes, he's going to be a problem. SDS stock is up to 120 and shot down to $1.02. So yeah, whenever he opens his mouth, things just start falling apart. Now, as for the Black History Month, they never really did anything. If I said who was Madam C.J. Walker, or who was Charles R. Drew, or who was Frederick Douglass, you know, people would say, who are these people? With no in-depth understanding of who these people were. In my school, Black history was just an announcement on the intercom. We'd hear it's Black History Month, and we should celebrate Black history, and that was it. That's what, and this was back in the 80s, you know, in the 70s and the 80s. So not much was done on it anyway. Do I think we should lose it? No, I don't think we should lose it at all, because the problem is there's not enough. We got a lot of young people growing up not knowing the contributions that Black people have made to American society. We don't know. And you have white people who are more ignorant than the Black people. If you type racist history, racist Jeopardy on your computer and put on YouTube and type racist Jeopardy, you'll see plain that they don't understand our history either, because they just don't teach it. Now, as for Birthright Citizenship, I don't think that he's going to be able to remove that. And I'm glad that he isn't, because nobody trusts Donald Trump. Can you imagine the power that a person could have if they could decide if you were a citizen or not? That's a lot of power, man. And I don't trust him to be able to make those types of decisions, because he may be going after us. Oh, you weren't born on a Tuesday, or you were born between states. Maybe you shouldn't be a citizen, or changing the requirements of what a citizen should be. That shouldn't be possible. And that's what's in that Project 2025. When they take over, they remove the civil rights and things like that. He's just bad for the country, man. Completely bad for the country. And hopefully one of these crazy people, they already got 2 shots at him. His own people, they already got 2 pox shots at him. They may go after him again. You know, his own people, because he's selling out everybody. And his lies is just terrible. Remember when he said he's going to reduce the food prices? Food prices didn't go down, but then a week after he won the election, I can't do nothing about the food prices. You know, he's just one great big lie after another. And I think people are going to finally get tired of it. That's all I got to say. That's my rant for today. And I'm hoping that he don't say nothing else so I can get my stock go back up. All right.
All right, man.
Peace.
Appreciate it. Oh, man. Some wild stuff, man. Some wild stuff, bruh. Lordy, lordy, lordy. Do you watch the new Spider-Man show? I didn't think it was that bad, to be honest. No, I did watch it. I didn't think it was that bad either. Been meaning to do a review on it. 203, you're on the line.
What's going on, man?
What's going on?
That last caller was an idiot. Yeah, I'm glad DEI was eradicated.
Okay.
I'm glad now you will be hired due to your qualifications.
Do you
not
think
because of
do you think people weren't hired due to their qualifications?
No, I think
What do you think was going on?
I think people were getting hired because they were gay.
You
they
think
were black and something like that.
You think that an employer, upon looking for a position, saw that a person was gay and immediately hired them?
Depends what type of job it was.
Any type of job, literally any job.
No, I would say it depends.
Can you give me one job where that would make sense?
Like school teacher.
So you think a school teacher being gay puts them at the top of the list to be hired? That people were looking to specifically hire gay teachers?
Yeah. You look at all the teachers now, man. Super liberal, purple hair, flags on their cars. Yeah.
Do you think gay and liberal are the same thing?
Go hand in hand.
They go hand in hand.
Yeah.
Have you heard of any article, any story of someone saying, I specifically want to hire someone because they're gay?
No, I haven't heard it.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it's out there, though. Pretty sure it's out there.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. So, yeah. And I don't know why people are so up in arms about these people getting deported. I mean, they broke the law. They knew what they were doing when they got here.
Yeah.
People are up in arms about that. I mean, I don't understand why. You know,
you don't understand why at all?
Well, actually, I do understand why. It's just it's this moral superiority thing. Just, how can you do this to people? But, you know, you're not going to take care of them. You're not going to bring them to your house and feed them and shelter them or give them work.
Mm-hmm.
Right. They just... People are here there legally. You know, you have to go through a process to come to this country. Do the right paperwork. Do it the right way. You have no problem. Plenty of people have done it.
And I'm assuming you're one of those people, or?
No, I'm American, sir. I'm born in the United States.
Oh, okay. You don't have an immigrant family or anything?
Oh, yeah, I do. But I'm American.
But you have an immigrant family?
Yes. But they did it the right way. They didn't sneak in or anything, right? They followed the law.
Gotcha.
Right.
Okay.
Isn't that the way we should do it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Follow the law.
Absolutely. So you're like, anybody who didn't do it like my parents, you gotta go.
I mean, yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, shouldn't the rules apply for everyone? Like, isn't that what it's all about?
Absolutely.
We all should be. Yeah. So the rules should apply for everyone. Now, if you did it the wrong way, then you better be quick on your feet because ICE is coming.
That is true. They are coming.
But the thing is that it seems like they're scooping up people with records first, though, like criminals. The criminal illegal immigrants, though. That's what it seems like.
Yeah, I don't know if I get that. There have been a few husbands and wives that have been taken out.
Or like just like random people that just everyday people.
I don't know about
Everyday
random people,
illegal immigrants?
but yeah, just
Okay.
people who are illegals.
Yeah. I mean, what do you what percentage of, you could just give a random number, what percentage of the illegal immigrants that come here do you think they actually just come for a better life and not to commit crime and stuff like that? Like, drugs and robbing and stealing. What percentage do you think they come to actually just to work?
I would think the vast majority.
Vast majority, right? Yeah. But well, man, yeah. Shout out to the the IRIP. Shout out to that. That's over. We don't have to deal with that anymore.
But it wasn't a bad thing, right?
No, I read something about 4%. Only 4% of Black Americans accounted for DEI hires.
DEI positions,
Is that
not
true?
hires.
Sorry.
DEI positions, not hires.
DEI or within that like company or something like that,
So there's an actual position for DEI,
right?
and then
so you're saying
yeah, it's
only
a little bit
4%
different.
of Black people were in those positions.
Yes.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, pretty crazy.
You think that number will be way higher, right?
Think the number would be way higher? No, not entirely. I think when it comes to discrimination, people are going to discriminate no matter what. I think that's the reason why those DI was around, and it's been around for quite some time. What unfortunately the right has tried to conflate is DI with merit, as if people who weren't qualified for the job were getting the job. I think that's what's throwing a lot of people off. Because it was essentially, let's say you have, 20 white guys, and there was another white person that was applying for the job. So what it was saying is that, hey, instead of hiring another white guy, why don't you go hire an Asian or a woman or a vet or a disabled person or a black person for the position? They're just as qualified. That was the whole point of DEI.
And I get that, but why is that a problem? Like
the reason why it's a problem is because people are racist. That's why.
But I don't like. Let's say if I don't know, if this a plumbing company and everyone there's Albanian, like I don't see a problem with it. If everyone is of one ethnicity, like the diversity doesn't make me feel comfortable. It's just, can you get the job done? I just think
I don't understand, because that sounds like an argument for segregation. If that's the case,
no. Just let it naturally happen. Why force?
Well, because
diversity?
People naturally are racist. The country has a natural history of racism and discrimination and bigotry and prejudice. That's why. Unless you believe that people are naturally good. Do you believe that people are naturally good?
No.
Okay, then. So I think that's why we have these laws in power.
Yeah.
Laws laws in place.
Bigotry, prejudice that exists everywhere, anywhere you go, everywhere you go, from all different type of angles and factions, and it never will go away.
Yeah, so that's why, drunk driving will never go away, but that's why we still have legislation against it. There are a lot of things that will never go away due to codification of it. But that's not the point, to not have the law.
I don't think racism isn't a problem. Discrimination is, right, because racism is just what someone thinks in their head, right? Discrimination is the actual act, right? Right?
No, I'm not.
No, not discrimination is not the actual act, because if someone has if you're racist, that doesn't necessarily mean you're gonna act upon it, right?
Well, when it comes to racism, the whole point of the ism is
Or if you have prejudiced views, doesn't mean you're gonna act upon it.
now
necessarily,
prejudice is
right?
different than racism. The whole point of racism is that it's a system, that it's a group effort. If racists were just saying mean words to people, I don't think that would be bad or uncalled for. But the issue doesn't stop there.
You can have racist views. You can have racist views, right? You know. You
can have prejudice views, yes.
Prejudice views, right? Okay. It doesn't mean necessarily you'll act upon it, but you'll have you have these stereotypes in your head.
Mm-hmm. But the thing that we know is that usually people do act upon what they are thinking in some cases. But what we want to do is eliminate that from the workforce.
But my thing is, many times, I don't even think people expose that of themselves, like an employee or a hiring manager. They're not gonna put that out there anyway. So then you really wouldn't even know unless they were outwardly with it, right?
Not entirely so. That's why there are lawsuits against discrimination, hiring practices and whatnot, because no one's gonna come out and say they're racist. That's where the form of a dog whistle and reading between the lines.
Right, yeah. But that's my thing, because I don't. I think people believe because DEI was eradicated now that you can't file a lawsuit for the. Yes, you still can if you get discriminated against or called a racial slur or at a place of employment or whatever. You could definitely file a lawsuit and win. So
the issue is why would you be called a racial slur if there's no one, if there's no black people or no minorities or whatever it is, if there's no diversity?
No, because it exists because the United States is diverse, so that's gonna exist. You know,
well, it's diverse because of the people who are in positions of power. Now, if the people in positions of power don't like so-called diversity, then that changes.
The people in position of power don't. I think we all have a preferential for our group, correct? Or what we grew up around, right?
What you're familiar with, yes.
Yeah. So yeah.
But that's why it's so important that you have people who make it an issue to expand your horizon, right? That's why they had like DEI officers and things like that.
Yeah, man, I don't know. You know, this is just. I think America, we're good, man. I think America's. It's as good as the world's gonna get.
I don't know what that means. Because in many ways, we're not good.
Yeah, so utopia doesn't exist.
Utopia doesn't exist? Nobody's asking for utopia.
Yeah. You know, by the standard of human history, America's great.
Sure. But that's not saying very much.
I mean,
there are still things that need to be fixed. And going backwards in time is not really a good thing.
Yeah, but if there's a heaven, man, it's USA, baby. If there's a heaven on earth.
And who would that heaven be for?
I mean, how much better can it get, bro?
How much better can it get? It can get a lot better.
How much?
Do you want to have a family? Or do you have a
Yes.
family?
No. Yes, I do want to have a family.
Yeah, you do have. You do want to have a family. How much do you make?
Yes.
Is
Me, I
it
make,
above or below 6 figures?
no, it's below.
It's below. So on average, it's
Yeah.
it's if we go off the average, it's probably way below. You're not gonna be able to have a family on that income.
If I make way below,
You're where you're
What did you
at
say?
right now, you're probably not gonna be able to have a family on that income, depending on where you live.
nah, incorrect.
What do you mean incorrect?
I can have a family right now.
How can you have a family right now? How much does diapers cost a month?
I don't know.
How much does
What's
how
a
much
pack
does
of diapers?
insurance cost? Health insurance.
It depends. It's different type of plans.
How much do you think it's
Yeah,
going
it
to cost
depends.
for you and your wife and your child?
It's not cheap. I
Not
know
cheap.
that.
Give me
It's
a
not cheap.
ballpark. What do you think it costs a month?
It depends. There's different types of insurance.
Are you going to get some?
It all
Are
depends.
you get some
It-
cheap
it
insurance for
depends
your
what-
child?
Nah, not for my kid. No.
Okay, so you're going to get some good insurance for your child then, right?
Correct.
What about for your wife? Is
What's
she
that?
going to have cheap insurance?
Correct. No.
Oh, so she's going to have good insurance. Okay, are you going to have cheap insurance?
Yeah, I'll take the cheap insurance.
Okay. Are you going to be the breadwinner of the
sacrifice.
house, or is she going to be working as well?
Most likely, she'll be working too.
So she's going to be working too. So that means you have to have
Most
daycare.
likely.
Do you know how much daycare costs a month?
It's expensive.
It's expensive. Have you thought
Yeah.
out these numbers?
Yes.
Oh, you have, but you haven't given me
I
one
think-
number
oh,
yet.
I think about it. I think about it every day.
Thinking and doing are two different things. How much is daycare in
yeah,
your area?
yeah,
What's the average daycare cost?
Because I don't have kids yet, so that's why I don't have kids yet, so that's why I'm not doing it. I don't have a family yet, but
So on average,
I
how
know
much is
it's
daycare?
not cheap.
What are you looking to pay on daycare?
well, what we could do is
To the amazing.
hopefully they don't deport all the Mexicans, and that way I could just hire Maria.
Okay, so you say you hire Maria. How much you looking to spend on daycare a month?
I don't know. Maria probably take
Let's say 1,000.
like I was gonna say 800, but okay, 1,000.
Let's say 1,000. In addition, with healthcare for everyone in the family. What do you think that's going to cost?
It won't be cheap, bro. But this is the thing: Americans can't afford insurance. Is that just people would rather spend their money on other things? That nice car, classic, the clothes, always eating out, vacation. People can't afford these things. They just spend their money elsewhere.
So let's say your insurance for all three of you, I don't know, let's say 2,000. And these are low ends. So that's 3,000 right there. Let's say food, right? Because now you have a child. Or is your wife going to breastfeed, or are we thinking about more of a baby powder?
Breastfeed.
Breastfeed. Okay. So that
It's
means
gonna
she's
be
going to
up to
have
her,
to
though,
pump,
but-
right? She's going to have to pump and get some milk going for the daycare and everything.
Yeah.
Got you. Okay. Are we buying a house, or are we all three of you going to be in an apartment?
A house.
Oh, we're buying a house. Okay.
Yes.
So how much do you think a down payment on a house is?
Ooh, that's a whole different conversation, bro. That's a whole different conversation. You know, you can't, especially where I live at. You're not gonna find a nice house for $150 anymore. $200. That doesn't even exist anymore. I live in the East Coast.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. So let's just
No.
say closing costs alone for the house is $20K. Let's say the down payment is 100 racks, 100K. You have to take out a loan probably, unless you have a cash. Is your credit good?
It could be better.
It could be better.
It's not the greatest. It could be better.
Are we talking about 600, 500?
580.
580. So you're gonna be paying a good amount to get that loan. Now you have a mortgage. That mortgage with your credit score, let's say a few thousand. Let's say, I don't know. We'll say 3,000 to be nice. Because you're either gonna have to put more up front or you're gonna have to get a massive loan. 3,000. So we're looking at 6K thus far. We haven't gone over as far as groceries. We haven't gone over as far as transportation. Because you have a car, right?
Yes, sir.
We haven't gone over as far as anything happens. Right? Your car breaks down. An emergency. Something goes wrong with the house. So let's say 6K. Let's say 10K. Just to cover everything. Or to be nice, let's say 8K. You got 8K a month?
Nah, I don't make 8K a month. I don't know. Not right now, no.
When is this family happening?
I'm making moves, bro.
I didn't ask that. I asked when's the family happening.
Oh, a few years from now.
Few years? Do we have a number?
So, about 4 years.
4
5
years
from now.
We'll say 5 years. How old are you right now?
Yeah.
You don't mind me asking?
32. 32.
32. So at age 38, you're going to have a child.
Yeah, maybe before that.
You have a girlfriend?
Someone I'm talking to, yeah.
I didn't ask that. I asked you have a girlfriend.
Yes.
Yes. Is this wifey?
Yeah, something like that. We're like in that. It's something new. So yeah.
Is she
You can say
wifey?
that, yeah.
Are you going to propose to her?
It's a little too soon for that, but it seems like it.
How long you been dating?
I think. What? 4 or 5 months?
4 or 5 months. Got you. A little too soon. Got you. Okay. So what? Let's say you propose to her in 2 years. Right?
Yeah.
2 years.
Uh-huh.
2 years. That gives you 3 years or 2 years because you want to have the child on the 5th year. That gives you 2 years for you guys to do whatever you want to do. And then by 38, you have the child. Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, I'm assuming you're going to be saving up or there's going to be a significant change in the income over these next 5 years.
Oh, yeah, of course. I mean, I'm going to be making more money.
Okay. All right. Well, you seem to have all that planned out.
Yeah. I know for a fact I'm going to be making more money. So I think I'm good. I think I'm gonna be okay.
So at 38, you have your first child. Are we gonna have a second one, or is just one and done?
I probably want to have 2.
So back to back.
I'm not sure. I don't have kids yet, so I'm gonna see what happens when I have my first child.
Okay. You don't have any like health conditions or anything like that?
Nah, I'm good.
All right.
I'm in shape.
Bet. So at like 56, your child will be 18, and you'll be in retirement.
Yeah, I don't think that's bad. That's decent.
Okay. All right, man.
Yeah. I mean, do you have kids?
Nothing yet.
Why not? You don't want a family?
I do, but you have to plan for this.
I mean, so how is it looking right now? Is it going good,
It's going well.
or you think you're not ready? Or it's going good? It's going well.
Mm-hmm.
Then stop. Lucas, how old are you? Lucas, you're like what, 35?
No.
How old are you?
Old enough to vote.
Come on, man. I hope everyone here on your channel is old enough to vote. So how old are you, man?
Old enough to
Come
vote.
on, B. I've been open with you.
That's on you, not on me.
Oh.
Anyways, appreciate the call. 702. You're on the line.
What's going on, brother?
What's going on?
First of all, I just want to say I appreciate you, sir, because I've been watching your channel for a while. I love what you build on and put out there. Secondly, before I even start, I want to say forgive me if I sound like the bumbling idiot you just got through talking to. You know, been having a lot going on today, studying also. My brain's a little fried. But here's my purpose of calling. This is why I called. Because apparently it's evident that it is important to teach accurate history. And that's what America hasn't been teaching. Case in point, when I first tuned in, you was talking to some other guy. And he was rambling on about, I guess, DEI and reparations. The brother before that, the brother after that, I have opinion. I'm not into any type of, what was he talking about? I guess not, my God, I'm sorry, my mind's blank. Doing stocks. I'm not a stock guy. The brother after that, I'm just like shaking my head. That dude is totally lost. And I just pretty much want to call to simply say, you know, my mom, she's 75 now. I'm 49. And she was born in the Jim Crow era. I think it ended around the time she was a teenager. She had a 14-year-old brother. Would have been an uncle that I've never met because 4 white men decided to cut his leg off because he was riding on the back of one of their trains on the way to school. Now, that part, I always try to fathom, must have been a slow moving train because from the story, the way the story went, he was riding on it a few times. He was warned, and next thing you know, my grandmother and my mom's mom, may she rest in peace, found out her son was dead. And he wasn't even near the train. They said he was near an ice house. He was trying to call home, and he bled out. And the purpose of saying all this is, after that, my great-grandfather was a pastor, started to fund for Martin Luther King civil rights marches, which led to eventually, who's the president? Lyndon B. Johnson writing the Civil Rights Bill of 1965, I believe. And besides Martin Luther King, we had Medgar Evers, we had Dick Gregory, a lot of comedians, a lot of black celebrities, James Baldwin. We had people fighting for our rights to vote, for our rights to live, you know, and of course the rights to get jobs and be treated like human beings. Because even back then, you know, you have black people marching, bringing up the the amendment of black people being 3/5 of a man,
Mm-hmm.
and you know that there in itself was pretty much saying we just trying to get rights, man. We was been mistreated, not even seen as humans half of this time. We was been building this country on our backs. And like I said, I'm bringing all this up because a lot of people obviously is clueless to this. Like that young brother just called. He said he's a first generation. So I mean, I'm not going to knock his parents, but obviously I don't know what school he went to, but they wasn't teaching nothing, no kind of black history.
and that's why that's important. That's why people should understand. That's why it's important about the whole DEI. But also, I want to throw this out here too. Let me see. I'm sorry. Give me a second because I wasn't prepared. So there's a lady she passed. So her name was Deva Pager, and she was a sociologist. Sorry, I'm not saying that right. Sociologist, and she worked at Harvard, and she conducted an experiment, like about a handful of white guys, handful of black guys, and basically she had them fill out job applications. Now, none of them were actually criminals, but she wanted some to put they had a criminal record on their background. And then she had some that said, they were graduates or bachelor degrees. And make a long story short, now I believe this happened in 2016. If you want to research it or look at the video, the title of the video is called Race, Employment, and Criminal Record. And the name is Deva Pager. And it's a Stanford Center of Poverty and Equality. That's the YouTube video. But anyway, they did this experiment. Making a long story short, majority of white guys that had education had that put on their application they had a degree, including the white guys that said they didn't have a degree, that they had a criminal record. Majority of them guys got hired more than the black guys that said they had a degree, and even the ones that said they didn't have a criminal background. I believe it was only let's see. I mean, I want y'all to look at the video, but majority of those white guys got hired, and less of the black guys with degrees didn't even get considered to have a callback. Most of the white guys that had criminal backgrounds got more callbacks or called in for interview than the brothers. Okay, that's one example, and I'm throwing this out there because of the whole DEI argument. Then let's see, where's the other one at? In 2023, there's a City National Bank had to pay out $31 million because they were redlining black families
plane an American airline plane
and Latino
crash
families
in Washington, D.C.
And they said the Justice Department accused Los Angeles City-based City National Bank of discrimination by refusing and underwriting mortgages to predominantly black and Latino communities, requiring the bank to pay out $31 million in the largest redlining settlement in department history. I'm throwing this out here because this is why DEI was important, because obviously black and brown people get discriminated a lot. And secondly, and on top of that, I don't know if, like I said, I kind of came in the middle of your video. I mean, not video, of your live chat. I'm not sure you covered this, but majority of the DEI cases, like the number one people that benefited from DEI were white women. Secondly, was Native Americans, Asians, and I believe black people came in number 7. So we weren't even at the top of DEI, even though for some reason DEI is a new N-word, but we didn't even benefited from that as much as they did. So I just kind of want to put that out there. I'm not going to hold your time, talk all that nonsense or talk your ear off, but I just kind of want to put that out there. I just want to put that out there, showing why it was important, those 2 factors, and also kind of remind individuals that's in this chat saying it's never important, nor it was important at all. It was important because you had black men, you had our civil rights activists, our freedom fighters fighting and dying for our rights. So that's all I want to say. And like I said, appreciate your videos, brother, and you have a good night.
You as well, man. Take care.
All right. Okay.
Nice little history lesson. 561. You're on the line.
Oh. Lucas?
Yep.
Oh. Oh, how you doing, man?
Hanging in there, man.
Oh. I'm just calling to say, like I really love your work and everything you've done. You really changed my views on, like, a lot of things, like, black-related. And you also... Oh, oh, oh.
Was he being strangled? What happened? I honestly thought he was going to say Xbox. So, what happened here? $385, you're on the line.
Yeah, I strangled that last fella. So I really wanted to I didn't want to dispute everything that the guy that gave his story, his story. I didn't want to dispute everything except for the last part. I do find that a lot of people they're talking about how DEI is basically this thing like, hey, we're abolishing it, and it was targeted toward black people. However, he mentioned that it really benefited like white folks, white women specifically, and Mexican women. However, I feel like that's irrelevant, specifically because it was a tax incentive opportunity. It was ultimately up for anyone that was eligible, anyone that had those prerequisites to get that, to seek out that opportunity. It wasn't just this deal. It was a tax opportunity incentive under equal opportunity, but it was an incentive for companies to benefit off of. So it had nothing to do with race. It was targeted toward veterans, those with disabilities, which veterans fall under. Of course, yeah, trans people, minority groups. Now, I think the net positive, I think, is ultimately what I feel like a lot of people are forgetting here. The net positive is that it was an opportunity for the minority. And generally across all of history, black people have always been at the forefront of anything to do with minorities. Anytime there is something to do with a minority group, it has something to do with black people. It goes hand in hand. I wanted to emphasize that. I don't know if you have any disagreements on that, but I wanted to clarify that his point was complete. I don't think it was completely. I think he was more so just relaying, but I see that being a narrative that because white folks benefited more of it, good riddance, that it's gone. No, that's not how we should look at it. It's an opportunity for all that the majority of white women seeked out. It was the only reason why there are smaller groups that were able to get those that were in those opportunities is because they didn't seek out those opportunities. That's specific. That's the butt of the conversation, and so that's why I'm a little. I feel like that is definitely something, a narrative being pushed that is really leading people astray. I don't know your thoughts on that, but I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
Okay, yeah, that was it. I appreciate it.
All right, no problem, man. Take care. Don't disagree. Don't cry for me, Argentina. But yeah, all right. $407. You're on the line.
Hello?
Hello, hello.
You can hear me?
Yep.
Okay, 'cause this is kind of embarrassing. So, just to let everyone know, DEI is something for other people. What was for black folks was the Equal Employment Act of the Civil Rights Movement, which he hid behind DEI to abolish as well already. Well, he signed his thing. Of course, we got to go through all the little branches of government, but once again, he has the numbers, so they're just going to vote it out. Please, everybody, stop saying DEI was for black people. Y'all sound dumb. The Equal Opportunity Act was for us during the Civil Rights Movement. Please stop saying that. Like, this is getting very embarrassing how many dumb people you have following you, Lucas. And if you didn't know that, brother, I'm going to tell you too. You're dumb. That DEI was not meant for black people. The Equal Opportunity Act was meant for black people. I'm pretty sure I'll be calling back tonight too, because I got something to say about that segregation thing, because boy, oh my God, man, this is embarrassing, bro.
All right. Okay, dokie. We need a run a fact check. Are we gonna do a long history on DEI? What? So an American Airlines plane crashes with a military helicopter?
Breaking news tonight as we come on the air, an aircraft down in the Potomac. Right now, details are just starting to trickle in. Here is what we know so far. Rescue efforts are happening right now. That's what you're looking at in the big box on the right side of your screen. After 2 aircraft crashed into the Potomac River. This is near Reagan National Airport. It appears to have been coming in for a landing. Now, we just got an FAA statement saying an American Airlines regional jet operated by PSA Airlines from Wichita, Kansas, collided in midair with a military helicopter while on final approach to Reagan Airport. Our sources telling us that that helicopter was a Black Hawk helicopter. Multiple federal agencies are now investigating, and there is a ground stop at the airport. Breaking news tonight as we come on the air, an aircraft down in...
Okay, so what exactly happened? I don't understand. Helicopter hit a plane. What? There it is. Wow. How the hell did a helicopter? Bruh, do you see the helicopter? What?
Did you see that? X472. American 3130, go around, turn left in 250, climb maintain 3000.
The fuck? I don't understand how. More survivors?
Did you see
No
that?
way.
X472. American 3130, go around, turn left in 250, climb maintain 3000.
Somebody survived? That's impressive. Not gonna lie, that's how, like, what happened, bruh? Do we know what happened? Have you all seen Leave the World Behind? Executive produced by Obama like a year and a half before the election. No, I haven't. So what's the big story here? Were there people on the
Some
on the
breaking
airline?
news this hour as a small plane has just crashed into the Potomac River here in Washington near the Ronald Reagan Airport just outside Washington, D.C. That's according to the D.C. Fire Department. As you can see here, fireboats are now on the scene, and Reagan National Airport says that all takeoffs and landings from the airport have been halted for now as emergency personnel are responding to the situation.
609, you're on the line.
Hey Lucas, what's up? I'm gonna try to keep the call short, but I was wondering like why you didn't put out a video about Trump freezing federal spending, because I thought like that would be a topic like you would like.
There's a lot of videos that I haven't done. I've just my mic has been tripping.
No, I get it.
Yeah, no, but you're right.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Because like a lot of those, programs impact Black people, and I actually have like a theory about that, and I want to give the YouTuber credit who came up with the theory. Their name is like The Enemy Within. Not trying to promote their channel or anything like that on yours, like give them like a shameless plug or anything. But like that's where I got it from. So I got to give them their credit. But basically, the theory goes that like the reason why Trump implemented that federal spending freeze is because he's kind of trying to like weed out the weakest among us, like in our society, people who need that federal money the most. So like, people on SNAP, people in Section 8, people who send their children to preschool via Head Start program, etc. And, those people, they depend on that funding. People depend on Medicaid. Like even my wife, her brother, he's on dialysis and he's not able to work. He's not able to get a job because he has to go on dialysis, and he's suffered like a hip injury recently, and he receives Medicaid. And since they cut that, it's been reversed recently, but they put a freeze on Medicaid, and my brother-in-law, he would have died because he has to go to dialysis like at least like 3 times a week. So it's, I think like Trump was like really trying to see like if he could like kind of weed out the weakest among us in our society. I'm just wondering if you had like any thoughts about that.
No, that sounds pretty insane.
Yeah, and when I saw that he put a freeze on like the federal spending, that was like honestly, I felt like that was like the billionaires in our society, like the billionaire oligarchs in our society that's like kind of drawing the line in the sand, saying like, okay, America's like representing the billionaires, and basically the rest of you, the bottom 99% could just like screw off and basically die off for all we care.
No, I didn't think of it like that. That's wild. I saw it more as just Trump being incompetent.
Yeah, obviously it was definitely like a dick move, but yeah, when I heard that theory, that just like blew my mind. But then like secondly, like going back to like I think 2 or 3 callers ago, that guy's an idiot. He doesn't know anything about DEI, and his comments on migrants are like really ignorant because I called you before. I'm a teacher, and I'm an ESL teacher. Pretty much all my students are undocumented migrants, or at least like 98% of them. And these people, these kids, they just a lot of them, they're typical teenagers. Some of them, they come to school, they act up, get in trouble. But other students, they just want to get a good education and do the right thing and like come up in life. And I feel like America, like the way we started as a country, like we by default need to like accept asylum seekers or people who are like coming from other countries and looking for a land, an opportunity, because that's what we branded ourselves as. And the fact that we're like denying people this is just insane. But it seems from like what I'm starting to get, from like all the deportations and everything, it seems like they're mostly going after criminals, like one of your callers mentioned before. Because actually, like I thought like as soon as that I started like deporting people and rounding people up, I thought they were gonna like just come to my school and start rounding up everybody, because if they did that, then like pretty much 70% of our student population would be gone. But knock on wood, it hasn't happened yet. And, I'm worried that will impact my job, my employment status, but no, it hasn't happened yet. And there are, unfortunately, some students that I kind of don't like that much. And I wouldn't mind if, well, I don't want to say I wouldn't mind, but like, let's say like if that happened to them, like they got deported, I wouldn't really bat an eye about it. But it hasn't happened. Like some of the a-hole kids that attend my school, like they're still showing up to class. So I'm like, oh, I guess like, you know, they're not just rounding up any old person. They're mostly targeting like criminals for now, which I mean, I'm perfectly fine with them, you know, rounding up criminals, but I just don't want them like coming after like the, you know, mom and pa that's just like trying to provide their kid an opportunity to like move up in the world.
Yeah, I think they're gonna come for them.
I think so too. And we were basically given directions that like if ICE were to show up to the school, basically just don't talk to them, and they need to have like a warrant in order to like pick up someone. We're not going to just like hand them over to any person, and that's crazy. Imagine like I know you don't have kids, and I don't either, but imagine if you did, and like you send your kid to school, and you find out like when you go pick your kid up or you go home at night, some random person just took your kid and confiscated them, basically. Because no, that's just insane to think about.
Yeah. Although I probably wouldn't be in a country illegally, though. That's just me.
I'm sorry?
So, although I probably wouldn't be in a country illegally, though.
Yeah. I mean, I get that. Yeah. I had a conversation with my colleagues about that. Like, why would they go through such extremes to, like, you know, live here illegally? But they said, like, honestly, if they were to stay where they were, that's basically a death sentence for them. So they rather live here illegally, live in like the slums. Pretty much that's where I work at, is in the slums, in the urban area. They rather do that than stay where they are, because like it's a death sentence for them. So from that sentiment, I get it.
Damn. Yeah. No, makes sense then.
Yeah, it's like for us, like the equivalent of like living in like Somalia, like in the trenches in Somalia. It's like, would you rather live there, or would you rather live in like, you know, on Crenshaw Avenue in LA?
Yeah.
But yeah, that's all I was calling in to say.
All right, man. Well, appreciate the call. Take care. Stay safe.
Likewise.
Yeah, I get it. Don't get me wrong. I completely understand why. I do understand why. But I would also think that, you know, if I were to do something like that, that would be nerve-wracking, man. How do you sleep? 385. You're on the line.
Hey, how's it going? I wanted to caveat off of what the caller said, because I have a bit of information that I think might be useful. Based off of what I'm hearing is that the Trump administration is basically picking up 1,000 people per day. And I did the math. Essentially, if we're accounting for the Sun and the Rust Belt areas, that is about it's 18 states, so about 55.5 people per state a day. And in my mind, what initially came across is that's enough to not necessarily be noticeable unless it's targeted areas. That's all I have to say.
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Yeah, so the math is essentially 1,000 people divided by 18 states. That's the Rust and Sun Belt areas. So if the Trump administration is being honest, and that's the number they're pushing out, or they're trying to deport per day, then it's 55.56, roughly 56 people per day. That's within 18 states that, or around about 18 states that's being basically deported. And so I don't know. I don't know how accurate that is. I think that largely depends on the media and the honesty, transparency within the media. If I'm hearing that correctly, if anyone's hearing a higher number per day, again, this is just based off of what I've seen. But that's all I was calling about.
Got you. All right. Okay. Don't know much about that one. Let's continue on.
We're just learning new details, and I want to get to CNN's Pete Muntean. Pete, first off, what can you tell us? What do we know about the size of this aircraft, or just what happened here?
This is developing by the moment, Caitlin, and it sounds, at least according to the preliminary data from Flight Radar 24, one of the big flight tracking sites, that this may have been a regional jet operated by PSA Airlines that would have been a code share with American Airlines, meaning you buy a ticket on American, the flight is operated by PSA. This flight was apparently on its way from Wichita, Kansas to DCA, Reagan National Airport, just over the DC line in Virginia. Apparently about 8:48 Eastern Standard Time is when this flight was scheduled to arrive, according to the latest flight tracking data. And apparently there was some sort of incident. You can see in the live image there. This is from our DC Bureau in Northeast DC, looking across the Potomac River, so looking essentially southwest towards Reagan National Airport. All of the flashing lights of the police response and also the DC fire boats there in the Potomac River. The good news here is that this is, we've broken the cold streak here in DC, so the water temperatures are not as frigid as they were. It was a relatively warm day here in Washington, DC, so that will aid rescuers and response crews as they're trying to get to the scene. But Reagan National Airport, one of the busiest airports in the country, apparently this flight, according to the flight tracking data, was coming in from the south. That's called the Mount Vernon approach into Reagan National Airport, landing on runway 1 at Reagan National Airport, which is to the north. That's the busiest single runway in the national airspace system. A lot of folks still finding out about this. We have calls out to the Federal Aviation Administration, the National Transportation Safety Board, American Airlines, and beyond. Right now, we're just getting very early preliminary information from the Metropolitan Washington Airport Authority itself, which operates Reagan National Airport. They say there is an incident at the airport right now, but things are still developing all the time, and we're trying to figure out exactly what the circumstances were here. If this was a crash,
986, you're on the line.
Hey, Lucas, how's it going? Did you see the Tiffany Henyard brawl?
So who, what, where?
The Tiffany Henyard brawl?
No. Who is that?
I was just wondering if you were going to check it out. It's just, I believe she's like a political, like, figure. She's like a mayor or something like that. But she had a brawl at the council meeting because this dude pretty much called her a bozo-ass bitch, something like that. Said that she was funneling money from the community and stuff. She's a black community member. It's like, I don't know. It was just crazy, but man, he goes off on her. He's like, "You're a bozo ass bitch," blah blah blah. And I guess her boyfriend walks into the back, hearing all this shit. He's like, "Oh, you can call my girl bitch," and then she jumps in too. Like, she starts jumping in and starts throwing hands too. So I don't know. It's a pretty funny video, but I was just wondering if you had checked it out yet. All right, Lucas, have a good one.
All right. What's her name again?
What's that? Tiffany Henyard, I believe.
Tiffany Henyard. All right, bet. Appreciate it. Tiffany Henyard. What? Oh, God. What? In Chicago? 702, you're on the line.
What up, Lucas?
What up?
So this is not a disagreement day, so that means I can agree with you on this segment, right? I ain't, like brushing up against you or nothing. I just, I agree with a lot of what you've been saying.
Yeah.
So, I think, as you've been saying, bro, it's a wrap, man. These people, Republicans, evangelical white Republicans, they have made it very, very clear that their whole agenda is anti-black. And because they now are in office, they are no longer, like you said, the whole underhanded racism, that's gone. They will become more and more emboldened because Trump, he stirs up a spirit in these people, I think, that just provokes them to violence, right? By any means necessary. And unfortunately, fam, think the problem is that when you have Haitians, you have Jamaicans, you have Caribbeans here, we all look the same. We all Negroes, right? It doesn't matter where you was shipped off to, what port you landed at. We all the same people. I just believe it's going to get to a point where they're just indiscriminately snatching up Negroes. They don't care how perfect your English is. It's getting to that time, 1940s Nazi Germany, 1930s Nazi Germany, where you have to show papers to prove you can be here. And I think, unfortunately, that's where we at, man.
When do you expect that to start happening?
Oh, man. I think it's happening very, very quickly, right before our eyes. I don't even think we'll see summer before we start really seeing a lot of these things really play out. Obviously, Trump is moving at a very fast pace. He wasn't playing. And now, you know, they told us Project 2025 is liberal propaganda. It's all fear-mongering, right? And the FBAs were so focused on Kamala Harris, you know what I'm saying, and whether she was black or not. And I feel like Tariq and a lot of these people are really agents, COINTELPRO, and I think that they are leading our people to believe that these folks are going to do anything for us when the agenda will affect them just as much as those of us who may not identify as FBA, but just descendants of slaves. So that's all I wanted to say, fam. I agree with you. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep speaking that truth. Our people need to know what we dealing with, man, for real.
Appreciate it, man. You take care. Stay safe.
All right, man. Take.
Yeah, buddy. It's about to get interesting. I will say that. I will say that, bro. It's about to get interesting. 346. You on
Hey,
the line.
what's up, Lucas?
What's going on,
I have
man?
a topic maybe that I don't know. Maybe it's not serious. Maybe it is. I don't know. I was thinking about this. You know how if you get caught doing a crime in America, let's say you selling drugs, right? And they can prove that you bought the assets that you own, right, were bought from this illegal drug making. They can seize your assets, basically. The federal government can take it because it was made with drug money, right? What's to stop Trump from saying that anybody who entered the country illegally, who bought property, you know, or assets, it was basically illegal in the first place. So what's to stop them from seizing their assets then?
I'm not sure, to be honest with you. I don't have an answer for that.
That's a question that I want maybe people who have a little bit more experience in that. Can y'all answer that for us? Because what's to stop him from passing a federal law that states that? If you don't mind me asking, that's what I would want to know. If you don't know, I understand, but that's kind of like what I'm trying to figure out now is how would that work? Okay, so the question I'm asking is, since they came in here illegally, right? They came in here illegally, right? Anything that they did while they were here is basically illegal. It wouldn't be recognized because they done it illegally. You got a job illegally. You got a loan for a car illegally because you weren't a citizen. You see what I'm saying? You don't have a tax number. You don't have none of those things. So my question is, how would that work with the federal government? In, let's say Lucas is an illegal. Let's use an example. Let's say Lucas is an illegal immigrant from the Philippines, right? Because he's Asian American, right? So he's from the Philippines. He comes to America. He does all the YouTube skits and he does all the YouTube videos, and now he's a multi-millionaire off these YouTube videos. Does that and all the money in his bank, and then Trump knocks on his door with the ICE and they deport him? What happens to all that? Because that's the question that I don't see a lot of people asking. What happens to, because if you die today, if you don't have anybody that's a beneficiary of your money in your bank, the federal government takes that. So my question is, how does that work when it comes to I'm just asking, how would that? Because I don't know. I'm not acting like I know everything. I'm asking because I genuinely want to know, because this could tell you a lot of agendas and who's benefiting off this, right? let's say these illegal immigrants are buying houses, and the federal government deemed that what you did here is not legal. You didn't come here legally. So unfortunately, we're going to take possession of your houses. Now, who's buying up these houses in masses? Because Mexicans do own homes. A lot of illegal immigrants do own homes. If you look at where they're picking these people up from, they go into their house and picking these people up. So we have to ask the question. Matter of fact, you had one lady who was on Instagram saying her landlord got deported. So my question is,
her landlord got deported?
Yes, that's where I asked the question from. I say, well, damn, if her landlord was deported, now I understand he might have family, but my question is, she doesn't have a contract with her family, with his family members. She has a contract with him. Unless he is a business and that person is on the board of that business, you can't sue me for not paying rent. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You would have to sell it to him, and then he would have to take over, and then we would have to come up with a whole new contract for you to sue me for lost rent. So this is the question that I'm asking everybody. Why isn't anybody talking about this? What about the Mexicans that own 18-wheelers and dump trucks that be working? Because there's a bunch of them that do that in Texas. I know for a fact. You see them all day. You know what I'm saying? What about the Hispanic people who own cars and vehicles who be paying on like how does that work? Who seizes these assets? Because
I would think the government would seize it.
And that's what I'm asking. So now you got to ask your question: who is really benefiting from this? Because that's a question that I'm asking right now. I understand that yes, from the optics, it looks like they're deporting people for American citizens, but you got to understand. They say.
So you think there's a whole like asset forfeiture type thing going on?
And this, I understand vehicles are disposable, but still, if someone leaves behind let's say a 10-wheeler, which is a dump truck, and this dump truck is estimated value at $50,000-$60,000 still, that's an asset. That's not like, I understand we're not talking about no Honda Civics and shit like that, but even then, the bank if these people still owe on they can default on this and put that same car back on the car lot. You see what I'm saying? So my question is like, bro, like who's benefiting from this? And I'm asking that because that question has not been answered, bro. They not just deporting Hispanics. It may look like that. They deporting everybody. Somalians, Haitians, Nigerians. If you're here past your work visa, you're gone. How they gonna what they gonna reimburse you with? They don't reimburse drug dealers when they get caught for a crime. That don't even make sense. Everything that they did here will be deemed illegal. So why would they reimburse somebody that came over here illegally? That doesn't even make sense. But that's my question. I was on. Maybe you can answer that, Lucas. I gotta go.
All
right.
Interesting. Forget the foreign banks providing credit. I think the government just takes out. Right? Or next of kin if they're legally there.
Thornton Township government devolved to.
Yo, did somebody cough?
Well, Thornton Township government devolved to a new low
after
a fight breaks out during a meeting.
ABC.
Now it appears that fists began to fly after supporters of Township Supervisor Tiffany Hinyard confronted a critic of hers who had called her an expletive. The chaos erupted during last night's meeting when, during the public comment portion, activist Jedediah Brown called Hinyard an expletive. And when he appeared to walk toward her, her supporters, including Hinyard's boyfriend, confronted him. The result, an all-out brawl. To the surprise of some, Hinyard herself joined the melee.
It was one thing when the guys were fighting, but when she jumped in it, I was just taken aback. I was floored.
Police were called and Brown was removed by security. Before the fight broke out, township trustees were able to address important issues. They finally approved the township's tax levy ordinance and insurance, ending the shutdown. Now, the board also voted to put on paid leave 2 of Henyard's associates, one of them being her boyfriend. They also voted to hire independent auditors to look into their work. This as part of all the ugliness that represented last night.
Watch breaking news on YouTube.
She got her boyfriend on the payroll?
ABC7 Chicago Eyewitness News.
Bro, that's how it's done. That's how it's done. Oof. Goodness gracious.
Or alarming thing that you uncover.
God dang, man. This is a sight to behold, man. That is a sight. Y'all really got to take all this in. Like, if this fool can gain power, man, I can gain power. Like, that's truly something, right? That's truly something. Like, can we just take this in for a second? Lori Lightfoot. That is just, man, fucking amazing. I'm not gonna lie. America is a great country. It definitely needs to be better, but it is great. Because you can make it to a position. You can make it to like a mayor, a governor, and look like this. That's amazing, man. That is truly amazing. I don't know, man. It just catches me off guard, because I'm just like, Lord.
In your 9-month investigation?
I think it was the level of systematic, intentional effort to shield from the village trustees and the public what the true financial state of the village was. I mean, we see in Mayor Henyard and her key people in her administration just this reckless disregard for governmental norms, spending on whatever she wanted without seeking any kind of budgetary approval, without looking to see whether or not the spending aligned with the budget, just doing whatever she wanted as if she was all powerful and had no accountability to anyone.
You mentioned Thornton Township
Mm-hmm.
and similar issues
Mm-hmm.
happening there. How concerned should residents in those 17 communities be about this?
I think they should be very concerned. Look, we only saw a little tip of the iceberg of what was happening in Thornton Township, but all the things that we saw suggested that the same kind of disregard for any kind of fiscal fiduciary responsibility, spending in excess, was happening in Thornton Township, but at an elevated level because it's a bigger budget. What we also saw was, lots of people having credit cards in their own name and spending it on a range of things that, if I were in Thornton Township government, I'd want to know, were these legitimate government purposes or not? I think there's a lot of questions that remain for what's happening in Thornton Township that hopefully, now that the government is back up and running, somebody will say, we need to have some oversight over this.
You also brought up her boyfriend, Kamal Woods, and the position he holds, and that was possibly he may not be qualified to hold that position?
Well, we have no idea because his personnel file had about 2 pieces of paper in it, and it was mostly the paperwork to get him paid. There was no resume, no background information, no letters of reference. So one doesn't know whether or not he's actually qualified to hold the job that he was given at taxpayer expense.
What?
So residents have been asking lawmakers to step in, look at this for years. I've seen the letters.
Yes.
It's been going on. They've tried why is no one paying attention to what is happening in Dalton?
Well, let me say this. Yes, the residents of Dalton, as well as the elected officials there, have been asking for help at every level of government, state level, county level, and frankly, the U.S. Attorney's Office, the state's Attorney's Office, and most have not responded or turned a deaf ear to what's going on in Dalton, which is unfortunate because a lot of this stuff that we've uncovered could have been uncovered years ago had there been a consistent look at what was happening there. It didn't have to get this far for so many years, but those are questions that those other elected officials, I think, are going to have to answer. But what I will also say is what's happening in Dalton is not unique, unfortunately. There is issues across the Southland. And I know that because over the course of our work in Dalton, I've heard from elected officials in other Southland municipalities, other stakeholders down there who have told a tale of lack of transparency around finances, excessive spending, travel, and so forth that's happening in municipality after municipality. And they too are being shut out from getting access to information that they're entitled to as elected officials, and the public is being shut out through FOIA and otherwise. This is not a problem that is unique to Dalton, sadly. So I think hopefully this is a wake-up call for those other municipal leaders that eventually the pendulum is going to swing in your direction and that they really need to clean up their act. But you know, it's going to take people standing up and demanding more, certainly going to the polls and voting, but also consistently being their own watchdog of what's happening in their towns or village and making sure that there's a light that shines on the activities of these governments so that people don't enrich themselves or squander precious...
This is honestly a disrespect to Beetlejuice, calling her Beetlejuice, bruh. Like, this is genuinely disrespectful to Beetlejuice. Calling her Beetlejuice, bruh. If we're gonna be honest, there ain't no way, bruh. Like, what? Beetlejuice looks better than her, bruh. 646. You're on the line.
Hey, what's going on, Lucas?
What's going on?
Well, not much. I think we're talking about birthright citizenship, right?
Uh-huh.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I think, you know, that's just one of the things that has been targeted by the old money elites, you know, as a theft mechanism to steal the birthright away from the descendants of slaves. But again, that has to do with population change, because whatever reparations black people are going to get in this country, more than likely, the population has to be involved, right? Like voting for it at some level. The problem is, per the Pew Research projection, if nothing changes, right, by 2065, and Latinos are 25% of the population, and Asians are 18% of the population, black folks will have to deal with two other subgroups that have no personal ancestors who held their grandparents in chains. So they won't be able to make an argument to these people. And so that would neuter the issue of reparations. Hello?
Yeah.
So again, this is what I'm saying, man. I just try to explain this to Yvette on another show. A lot of people don't understand, especially our people. They have a very, very simplistic way of looking at things. I was just talking on another show where a few Latinos and a bunch of black people were having a conversation about black people going to Mexico to escape racism, and I had to explain these people that, bro. And no, you had some. What's that?
Nothing. You got it.
You had some black folks there that, you know, thank God they had some knowledge behind them. But it's so sad that people think so low of Black American intelligence that they're going to tell you that Latin America is less racist than America but it's a complete opposite. And I had to explain all this, the issue of the caste system, of how, how the Spanish instituted the caste system, and how literally the amount of European blood and your phenotype determines your social position. They literally flipped. You get what I'm saying? So they flipped the one drop rule. So in America, one drop of African blood means you're black. You get what I'm saying? And that puts you in line for discrimination. But over there, one drop of, I guess, European blood makes you white, on your way to be whiteness. So the more European blood you accumulate, bro, there's a whole. I don't want to get sidetracked, but I dove into the history. I got references. I try to help people out. But again, this goes back to what I'm saying. Do you have Can I show you something? Hello?
Yeah.
I want.
What? Hello? Where'd you go? You have to call back. I don't know what happened.
Taxpayer dollars that aren't done and used in the benefit of residents in those municipalities.
With that in mind, and the other communities that this may be happening in, would you continue, or would you do this?
786, you're on the line.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to piggyback off what the gentleman was saying, that we should look at this in the long run too, right? Because we do know that AI and robots are coming. So I think they playing the long game to where they know they're not going to leave all of these immigrants labor in the future, probably in the next 10 to 15 years, right? And we also know that the white population is kind of going to be the minority in about 10 years, right? So they don't want too large non-white groups in America because their children might not be able to control them. So they're playing the long game, right? So we need to capitalize off of our labor and take control of our labor and our resources, because in the future they won't need it, right? So if they don't need our labor and resources, then what do we do with it? We use it for our own benefit, right? So I just wanted to make that statement.
Okay. Is there a plan of how to do that?
Yeah. Actually, I'm in the tech field, and I would say that the black community need to focus more on developing their own AI intelligence or whatever, and also communications, right? We need to be able to communicate with the continent, so I would say that we would need our own satellites or whatever. And I'm not one to just be running my mouth about it. I'm educated, and I'm actually a video game developer, and also still a student, a computer science student, right? So it's very feasible to do so, right? I think the black community, the only way for us to catch up in our lifetime is to use artificial intelligence, right? To supplement all the dumbass niggas in our community. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So we need to kind of create something similar to like a AI engineer, right? It teaches us engineering, where, okay, the AI break down exactly what we need to build and make us understand how to refine fuel, how to build infrastructure and stuff like that. We have to build something to pass down to the next generation. So I'm looking at it like this. We look at white supremacy, but really it's the institution that holds the most power. So if we don't have any institutions of power, then we don't have any power. Now, the only thing we do have going for us, that our ancestors did build institutions like the HBC, HBCUs, and handing them down to us, but our generation kind of fumbling the ball with what the prior generation gave to us, right? Because if we barely keeping the doors open at our historically black colleges. So we got to double down on our education institutions and grow those, and then also focus more on tech. Because niggas want to go out here I mean, we known for certain shit. Like niggas known for running football touchdowns and fucking shooting basketball and making a fucking rap song. And you in your mind, you feel like that's all thing you could do, right? But we're gonna have to take it to the next level of education and tech. Like if black women are the most educated class of people in America, then we should be ready to take that mountain in the next coming generation. I'm an educated black man, so when I meet young black men, I tell them the first thing they need to do is like take your ass to school, right? Don't listen to nobody about so we don't need any more dumbasses walking around here, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. All right, man. Was there anything else you wanted to add?
All right, man. It was nice talking to you.
All right, you as well. You don't need more dumbasses around here, bruh. Lordy, lordy, lordy. Three at 5. You're on the line.
Hey, what's going on? Last time tonight, I just wanted to say, and I think it was caveating off of what the last caller said. It's basically that there's this repetitive thing that a lot of younger folks don't know about. It's called the Southern strategy. You could look it up. It's fairly simple. And it basically explains everything that's been going on. This with Trump and his executive orders, and pretty much all last year. But what it dictates is that white people believe, especially young white folks, believe that they're in the Great Replacement theory, the fear in which black and brown people want to breed white folks out, so that way they could put them in the same situation as black folks were in the 60s. But if white folks don't believe that, then their whole methodology goes out the window. But a lot of people aren't aware of that. And so that's how I think you get a lot of insecure folks going on, all this madness. But yeah, the Southern strategy is huge. And they just find a way to redo it, rewrite it. That's all I got. I appreciate it.
All right, no problem, man. Take care. The Southern strategy. Who doesn't know about the Southern strategy? I'm curious. I feel like everybody in the chat knows about the Southern strategy. Yes? Yay? Nay? I feel like everyone does. Let's continue.
Other Southland communities.
Well, I'm in discussions with some of those communities, and we'll see how things transpire. Certainly, I've had a lot of conversations and offered support and advice. We'll see whether or not I get involved again in another place. But I just think that there's a better way to do business. And you know, look, I would also just say, as a black woman raised at a time when black people having any positions of power were such a rarity, you know, my parents taught me, you got to represent not only just your family, but your community. And to see elected officials who are the same race as the people in their towns doing this to them, it hurts my heart. I mean, it really does. That was frankly a big motivating factor for me to get involved in Dalton. We can and do better. We have plenty of great examples across the country of black leadership that is excellent and doing things the right way. But it's harmful to everything that we stand for when we see this kind of conduct happening, as happened in Dalton and now Thornton Township.
It's interesting you say that, because Mayor Henyard is saying numerous times that people are coming after her because she is a black woman.
No, she's made a spectacle of herself. My family, my wife and I and my daughter were in Houston.
Wait, how do you have a daughter?
Last spring of 2024. My daughter had a AAU basketball tournament. And my wife and I stole away for one night to go to a local barbecue joint, but out of the main downtown area. And it's a tiny little place. You walk in, you got to queue up, you get a tray, cafeteria style, and get your food. And as we walked in, there was a table of older gentlemen that were sitting, and they looked at me, and I thought, uh-oh, what is this going to be? So we just kind of shuffled through the line, and as we got close and I was rounding the bend, I heard somebody say, "Excuse me," and I thought I was standing in the way. So I moved out of the way, and the gentleman said, "No, don't go away." And I turned and I looked at him, and he said, "Are you going to get that, Mayor Tiffany Henyard?" Now this is down in Houston. And then he quickly said, "But if you do, I don't know what I'm going to watch on YouTube." And in some ways it's funny, but the fact is she made a spectacle of herself, calling herself the super mayor. All this spending, which was basically like a perpetual campaign, how did that benefit the residents of Dalton?
I don't get it.
It didn't. And now they've got a big financial mess that they're going to have to dig out of. But I'm encouraged by what I've seen and heard from the residents of that town. They understand what good government is about. They understand what they should be expecting from their elected officials, but they've got to show up and vote.
Is that your message to them? Show up and vote?
You have to.
I don't understand.
You look at what happened 4 years ago in the election that made Mayor Henyard the mayor of the village. Only 9.5% of the registered voters voted. I've really never heard of a turnout that low. So I just think your vote is one of the most powerful tools in a democracy. You cannot complain about the government if you don't do your part to make sure you get a government that you actually deserve.
At the end, you mentioned that you'd given some recommendations to trustees that they were already trying to implement. Can Dalton right this ship and get back to what you say is good government?
Look, I'm 100% convinced that Dalton can come out of this dark period in time, but it's going to take people of goodwill, not exploiting the residents, but working on behalf of the residents. They obviously have a municipal election that's coming up here in about a month. That will, I think, really be a telltale sign as to whether or not they're able to move forward with leadership that is serving on behalf of the residents. They're going to need some help, I think, from the state legislature because their budget deficit's probably still around $6 million, but all the back debt that's owed really pushes them probably somewhere between 10 and 15 million. That's not an insurmountable amount, but if Dalton is going to have to fend for itself, then it is going to be a huge, huge challenge that they may not be able to meet. They're going to need some help from Springfield. There's no question about that.
Conservatorship, maybe?
No, I think that they're going to need to have, with strings attached, of course, but I think they're going to need to have some appropriation to help bail them out. There is a process that was put in place some years ago. I think they qualify for that, and I know that that's one of the things that's under discussion once they see what's the leadership of Dalton going to be going forward. Is Mayor Henyard going to return, or is it going to be a new mayor, new board of trustees to lead Dalton forward?
Two more questions.
Yep.
The alleged victim in Las Vegas, you said she did not cooperate with your investigation.
Correct.
She has told me she did cooperate as much as her attorney would let her. What do you say to that?
Well, that may be true. Look, when you know, as a lawyer myself, I have an ethical obligation that I can't contact someone directly who's represented by counsel. We did try to get her cooperation. The other police officer who was a witness to cooperate, they're represented by the same attorney. We never heard back from that attorney. More recently, people came to me and said, hey, she wants to talk to you. And I said, I'm willing to talk to her, but she's got to get authorization from her lawyer. We never heard from them again. So she may have wanted to cooperate. She's the client. She didn't tell, obviously, a director lawyer to say, hey, I want to cooperate with Mayor Lightfoot's investigation. So what we know about it, we know from police records, we know from the litigation that has been filed. Obviously, people were in our ear about a lot of things, but that was one where we weren't able to move much, make much progress on because we didn't get the cooperation of key witnesses.
Final question here. Any plans for you to run for mayor or any other office again, because your name is coming up a lot in a lot of circles?
No, you know what? I have no intentions of running for any office again under any circumstances. I had the best job in the world. Every day serving as the mayor of the city was an incredible honor. I don't see myself running for any other office again.
I lied, one more question.
All right, that's fine.
And you mentioned this the other night. Some people ask me, what's taking so long with the federal government? What's taking so long? There have been subpoenas.
Yeah.
Why? Any idea?
Well, I don't really know. And, you know, look, they're not going to bring charges unless they feel very confident that they're going to end up in a conviction. That's been the standing practice of the local U.S. Attorney's Office for decades and decades. What I will also say is, under longstanding Department of Justice policy, no charges can be brought against an elected official or others that could have an influence over an election. There's a 90-day window that nothing can happen regarding charges before that election because, of course, the Department of Justice doesn't want to look like it's putting its thumb on the scale in favor or against a particular candidate or candidates. So the 90-day window really started back in November. Nothing is going to happen at least through the end of February, beginning of March, as it pertains to any elected official. Well, whether or not there are charges that are going to be brought against others, whether or not indictments that have already been announced will be superseded, I think those things, the latter, the superseding indictments, are definitely something that will probably happen. I think it's an open question as to whether or not there are going to be charges brought against Mayor Henyard or others. I don't think anybody knows that.
And again, another question I asked you the other night, with the changing of the administration, could this impact this investigation?
It certainly could. I would be surprised if it did. You know, every administration comes in with a set of priorities, and those priorities certainly are communicated to the Department of Justice and the office, the U.S. Attorney's offices across the country. I would be surprised if there was a change in the course of the investigation of the village of Dalton and lots of different folks as a result of the change in administration. Possible, but I'd be surprised if that happened.
I guess this is my final question, though. A lot of migrants did start coming here when you were still mayor, and as you see everything play out now, any comment on what's happening now?
Yeah, look, to be clear, Chicago's been a home for immigration and for migrants really from its earliest days. I mean, we were started and kind of founded by a Haitian immigrant and his Potawatomi wife. So this is part of our DNA, and people have been coming here for centuries, for decades. That's nothing different. And yes, we are an incredibly diverse city. That's one of our superpowers. And what we've seen, I think, play out, while it's gotten a ton of publicity, it's standard fare work by federal authorities, going after folks who have criminal histories, folks who have overstayed their visas. I haven't seen anything in the reporting, either here or elsewhere, that makes it look like this mass deportation, that saber that's been rattled over and over again. And look, I don't wish that on anyone. Having been the mayor in 2019, when a very similar set of saber rattling happened, the fear that is struck in the hearts of people that are just trying to live their lives, work hard, take care of their kids and their families. No one needs to have that sort of Damocles hanging over their heads. And unfortunately, this is the climate that we are in. This is the chaos that they like to create, and the fear without any regard for the consequences. I remember talking to a group of young girls back in the summer of 2019. They were involved in the After School Matters project on the south west side. And as the conversation progressed, I could tell there was this hesitancy and sadness. And these girls were preteens. They were about the same age as my daughter at the time. And what I learned is they lived in fear every single day that they'd leave home and come home to an empty house. That's one of the most direct consequences that happens when this chaos and fear is spread. Those children know what's going on. They're all English speakers. They all watch the news, and they're afraid of what's going to happen to their parents, their grandparents, the people who are taking care of them, and then feeling powerless to change the course of their own lives. I think about that often, and I think about it particularly in the context of what's been happening. Those young people out there and those families, they don't deserve this. They need a life that's stable. They need a home with loving parents, loving adults, and to live in fear every single day that they leave home to go to school or a job or to a summer job where they're performing, doing art projects to enhance the beauty of their community. They don't deserve to live in this kind of fear and chaos. And the thing that's concerning to me, and you're seeing it play out, yesterday it was shutting off all access to Medicaid, Social Security, benefits for veterans. They had to come and quickly do a course correct, but the damage gets done. People rely upon the government to support them. Our most vulnerable resident shouldn't be living in fear that they're not going to have a roof over their head, they're not going to have food in their mouths, clothes on their backs, get the vital medicine that they deserve, because this wrecking ball in a hurricane style of governance is happening.
It sounds to me like you miss being an elected official. Is that what I'm getting here? You miss being mayor?
No, I don't miss being mayor, but as a human being, part of the reason I ran for mayor is because I cared about our residents, and I wanted to do what I could on my part to really improve the quality of lives of people in the city. I've been very fortunate over the course of my life that I wasn't supposed to be and have the level of success that I achieved. That wasn't in my life's trajectory, but because of my parents, and particularly my mother, because of taking advantage of the opportunities that were in front of me, education, and a lot of people helping me along the way, I was able to live, and I live a very good, prosperous life. I care, and I want to continue to help. There's lots of different ways you can do that. And for me, it's going to be private citizen Lightfoot going forward.
I'm on mute. My fault. I don't know why I was on mute. Are you going to check out FBI nominee Kash Patel confirmation tomorrow? Yeah, we can check it out. 937, you're on the line.
Amazing Lucas, have you heard about a lot of votes being purged, black votes being purged on the election?
No, what do you mean being purged?
This guy named Greg Paulus said a lot of votes, over 4 million votes got purged illegally.
4 million black votes got purged illegally?
Yes, that's what he podcasted. I was wondering if you had heard about it.
No, I haven't.
He put out a Cal Koresnick put it out. He had a video of it.
I'll definitely check it out.
Yeah, it's a video out there, but.
All right. Well, I appreciate it. FBI Kash Patel. I wanted to hear what's his name, Junior, talking. What happened? Shafted. Why were they shafted?
Many folks are doing their autopsies examining why did Vice President Kamala Harris lose to Donald Trump the 2024 presidential election. There are a variety of reasons. The Democrats stay at home. They weren't interested in voting for her over the issue with Gaza. It was the price of eggs and groceries. But investigative journalist Greg Paulus, he says, no, voter suppression is a...
Greg Paulus. His voice is killing me. Prove Trump rigged the election. What?
If every vote that was cast and if every person who is registered to vote and wanted to cast a ballot were counted, then Donald Trump would not be president right now, number one, correct?
He would have, Harris would have gotten 3,565,000 more votes. That's a pretty exacting.
And she would have won both the Electoral College by 386 votes, and she would have won the popular vote by well over 1 million. Okay, so number one.
What?
And number two, what brought this about was not Elon Musk tinkering with voting machines in Pennsylvania, although frankly, in my mind, the jury's still out on that because Trump is bragging about it.
We don't know.
Like I said, I think he's trolling us. But what brought this about is something that the Republicans have been doing since the 1960s, when William Rehnquist, helped organize and worked in Operation Eagle Eye. Where big burly lawyers like Rehnquist would stand outside Black, Hispanic, and Native American voting places and loudly and threateningly challenge the voting rights of the people standing in line. This goes back a long, long way.
What happened?
And you point out it goes
they
back
crucified
to Jim Crow.
RFK Jr.
Back to the
Yeah,
1870s,
from what
really.
I saw.
And
I saw clips here and there.
If you could just recap some of the, in fact, let's just go through as much as we can all of the specific techniques that Republicans are using in the various states to shut down voters, particularly voters of color, who tend to be more Democratic voters, or students or older people who would be more likely to be Democratic voters because of Social Security. Go ahead.
Yes, well, the big one is, according to, again, this is U.S. government figures, this ain't Greg Palast figures, 4.776 million people were purged from the voter rolls, overwhelmingly the Democratic demographic, that is voters of color, young people, poor people.
Wait.
A third of a million voters were challenged. This is brand new, this new vigilante challenge business, bringing back the 1946 Klan challenge plan, where I can say, Greg Palast, say, don't let Tom Hartman vote, you lose your vote. 2.1 million mail-in ballots were tossed out. And again, the chance your ballot will be tossed out is 400% higher if you're black than if you're white.
Wait, what was the reason? What was their argument? Oh my God. 917, you're on the line. (917)
Yo, amazing.
Yes, sir.
Can I get a what? You on tonight? I didn't expect you on tonight. I was like, it ain't Friday yet. What's up?
I switch it up from time to time.
Okay,
How you doing?
Okay. It's all good. How you?
I'm hanging in there, man. Hanging in there.
All right. I'm tuned in. Do the damn thing. You know I got you like that because you hold us down. We love you like that. Yo, keep doing the damn thing, all right?
Will do, man. Appreciate it.
All right, one.
Later. That guy's awesome. (702) What you got?
What's going on, bro? Actually, the same guy that called you earlier. I was talking about, my mom living in Jim Crow era and Martin Luther King getting the Civil Rights Bill signed by Lyndon B. Johnson. And technically, I was off. It was 1964. And I want to apologize to your young brother because he made it clear that we were dumb using DEI instead of Civil Rights, bill or act. Technically, Civil Rights Bill is the tree, the main tree or the root. DI is just a simple branch. But that kind of was beside my point of bringing that up. But I guess you missed that part. This is why I'm calling this time. I get that, in the name of white supremacy, and even Trump said in the name of manifest destiny, is why he's getting rid of DI or somewhat a Civil Rights Act. Also trying to erase our history. But we got to remember, here's what I'm calling, we got to remember, this is all in the name of capitalism. And I said that key word, I'm sure you're going to have a lot of people in there telling me, oh my God, this guy's dumb. All this is in the name of capitalism, right? And what I'm not for sure, if people know this, I'm sure you know his brother. And actually, I want to bring this up to see maybe you want to cover this later, because I'm just now being aware that you have these online live call-ins. So I was wondering maybe, we get to covering some of the, I want to say what the capitalists do by doing with our taxes. For example, I'm sure not a lot of people are aware of what's the name of this? What corporations do with buybacks. They call stock buybacks, to be exact.
Mm-hmm.
And stock buybacks is a way of them, buying back their stock. Instead of rehiring or hiring employees, they buy their stocks back, and when they do that, that kind of helps them with their own tax situations, and also prevent people from buying them out, so they can kind of capitalize off of that. Or they have actually, where's the other one? And the next one is, what was the main one I was looking at earlier? They have one that's called corporate subsidies, or another word is called corporate welfare. And, the majority of taxes that we pay, they actually collect from the treasurer and get them as subsidies. So whenever they ever need a help out or a handout, which they always do, they collect our taxes and subsidies. So, for example, we got Trump. He's put a freeze on the federal funding for our programs we deserve, because we are taxpayers and we pay majority taxes. He's doing that for his corporate buddies, the same dudes that was sitting behind him at his inauguration. I'm sorry I said that real messed up and country as hell, but y'all know what I mean. So he had Zuckerberg, he had Jeff Bezos, he had Elon, and I believe Bill Gates was there. And these are all the guys that's happily to back them up, because they're about to collect some more tax breaks and more money from us. And that's, I'm saying this because this is the main thing we need to focus on. When we focus on this, then our other situations will be answered as well, even with the racism, because the racism falls along with the capitalism. Because, and not to get too deep, but we all know that the titles of us being white and black, and literally most of us all brown. This is all a social construct, for the people that's lighter or pinkish, lighter skin will have the more advantages, even the broke ones. So I mean, not to go left field, but that's their reward. That's their credit card. While the rich use them to keep us distracted and have their feet on our necks due to the racism. But the main thing I'm saying was we need to focus on what we need to stop, and that's these corporations taking over and capitalizing off of our money. And I mean, just to throw this out here, for example, I believe are the Netherlands, Amsterdam. These people pay 25% of their taxes, even though we pay 25 to 30. These people pay 25% of their taxes, and their taxes come back to them with free public housing, or even with that, they get job programs. This prevent a lot of homelessness from happening, because with these job programs, these public housing, these people are managing to get on their feet and have jobs. They have family programs where they even have funds for the children that's in school. That's in school from elementary to junior high to high school. These people are getting their money returned back to them, and of course, their number one thing that we're trying to fight for is our Medicare, our Medicaid. These people get for free. And my point is, even calling, this is what we got to remind ourselves what we're fighting for. And even though we got these dumb people that's just, oh me Lord, they just all sucking on the richest dicks and not understand they being cuts for these people. We got to wake these people up and make them understand, hey, dude, we got to get our rights. We're not getting our shit that was supposed to be coming back to us. So anyway, that's my point of calling. I just called to throw that out there, because I was hoping maybe later on down the road, maybe you may get on that, have that on some shows to talk about the corporate welfare subsidies, or like I said, the stock buybacks, just to educate people and let them know what's happening with our tax money. You know, the shit that should be coming back to us in some kind of way is not, and they're capitalizing off of all of it. And I personally believe that we need to say screw the Democrats, because all they're doing is just pretty much giving us lip service or pillow talking us, while they pretty much bow down to Republicans. And to be honest, like Nancy Pelosi, for example, she came up on investing a lot of stock in NVIDIA, right? So the Democrats ain't too different, you know what I'm saying? And well, I'm saying all that to say this. It's like we need to come. I mean, it may sound far-fetched, but dead ass, dude, we need to come with a new party, a socialist party. And keep in mind, Martin Luther King was speaking on socialism before they got rid of him. So I just want to throw that out there too. Don't believe me, go look up the video. But yeah, we need to legit come up with a socialist party. And I'm sure you're going to have a lot of people in there talking shit when I said that. Yes, we need socialism in our lives, because capitalism is fucking us over. Anyway, my brother, just want to say that. Peace out, sir. And I'm going to keep watching.
All right, man. Appreciate the call. Interesting. Very interesting. Right? I wanted to go back to how you found this out.
Chance your ballot will be rejected for a technical reason is 900% higher if you're black than if you're white. These, again, are government figures, not Greg Palast figures. I'm a statistician, but I have to use the data from the government. Provisional ballots, people are shunted to provisional ballots, 1.2 million of these things, 43%, almost half are rejected. The chance you will be shunted to provisional ballot is 300% higher.
443, you're on the line.
Yeah, I just wanted to touch on one more thing. This guy, Greg Blast, right here, he's saying what I had said when I called him and I worked the polls. Not that kind of poll, but the polls in Harrisburg, outside of Harrisburg. A lot of people were getting sent to the back to write the false ballot. It's a ballot you can cast. I forgot what it was called, but you can cast the ballot if your credentials are incorrect. It's a delayed ballot, and a lot of people were getting sent to the back because they either A, didn't catch a letter from the postmaster, because this new postmaster, provisional, that's correct, provisional ballot. But a lot of people were getting those letters from the postmaster if anything came up with discrepancy. And don't forget, this is the first time in a long time that citizens, regular citizens, can protest or bring challenge to your ability to vote. You can say, oh, Joe Blow right there, I don't believe he's from this area, and have them investigated, and they will send out a letter for them to verify their address, how long they've been there, and what's not, to verify their credentials. And that's done at the local voting office. But again, most of the people had to come in and vote provisionally. Now, because that was done, it's a high chance that those people may not come back to verify down at the office. That's another problem. When you vote provisionally, you have to take a couple of days after the election, you have like 3 or 4 days after the election, to go down there and correct that, or your vote won't count. That's how Kasich, our senator here, Kasich, Bob Kasich, lost his bid. He had like 3,000 provisional votes that he could have won. He could have actually won if people were serious and went down there and got whatever information that they needed to fix. Yeah, he's right about that. And also, I was going to mention about the welfare. You see how Trump earmarked $500 billion for AI research, but yet he's going to cut or put a hold on services that people need to make it. It's just crazy. It's just absolutely nuts. He's going to earmark $500 billion for AI research. But what's so bad about that is that we don't get any of that money. Whenever there are grants like that being done, the regular people, the people out in the community, the taxpayers, we don't get any type of break like that. We don't even get credit once they're done. So whatever they researched and produced, we don't get any of that. So it's just giving them money. It's welfare, not welfare, but welfare. Welfare for the rich people. So they have their tax incentive that we don't have access to. So that's very unfair to us. And let me see, was that it? Yeah, that's all I wanted to say. But yeah, he was right about that. We have to make, and another thing, Lori Lightfoot was just up there.
Mm-hmm.
Something is wrong with Democrats. Something's wrong with them. We just don't learn. They keep saying, oh, we need the illegals here. We need the illegals here. Look, long time ago, I was like, when Obama was in office, I was like, we need more people of color here. I was all for immigration. I was all for people to come here. But then I see they're coming by the freaking boatload. They're coming just walking through the fences and everything else. We got so many illegals here. We can't even take care of our own people. Remember up in New York, they had them people living in $200 a night hotels. We had our own people on the street. How does that look? We got our own people on the street, and we can't even afford, to house them and keep them, and we're paying billions of dollars. What's the governor of New York that's in all this, the mayor of New York, was all this trouble, was asking for billions of dollars of aid from Biden to house all these people. And that was just one city. We're not talking about Chicago and Massachusetts and California. So this is billions of dollars that we don't even have to feed our own people. And don't you think that peed people off? And it fed right into that narrative of they're taking over us. They want to replace us. And that was, you can see the black people, especially in Chicago, saying, oh, we don't want them here. They're taking over we can't even get housing. We can't even get supplies or anything like that because it's being given to them. And nobody's reading the hand on the wall. Nobody's reading the writing on the wall. I believe in immigration, but you got to come here the right way. And the flip side of that, there are people trying to get to America in very desperate situations who are actually dying on the waiting list. And these people just walking across. They're not happy with their life in crazy Colombia or wherever they're from. I can see Haiti big time. But you have people from Central America and everywhere else who are trying to get here who have not gone through the order or the checklist. We don't even know who they are. We don't know where they came from. We don't know nothing about them. You got to come here the right way. You got to be some sort of order that's being used to say who can come in the country and who can't. And you can't upstage people who've been waiting years and years and years to be on the list. And the Democrats need to get that through their head. They got to get it through their head and get off of this soft heart kind of stuff because it's not working. Now, all them people, mostly white people, did not vote for Harris. She got 20% of the white male vote and 20% of the white female vote. Where's the rest of it? Where's the rest? They did not vote for her. They didn't come out and they did not vote for her. They turned around and voted for Trump because Trump showed them that these people were coming here, and they are coming here that way. They got to come here the right way. And even for Trump is like, remember he said they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats, they're eating the pets. Even he, days later, said, we need the H-1B people here. So, dude, we got to get it together. And like that last caller called in and said about education, we need to get on that big time. We need to learn robotics. We need to learn electronics. We got to find a way to teach our youth in engineering. We have to teach our kids this tech, or they're gonna be left behind, especially coding. And coding may be out of a job soon because of AI. AI will be able to code for you faster with no errors. Well, I hope we get together. And that's all I gotta say. Peace.
That is true, y'all. That is true. Because that is going to happen. Best believe. Best believe it. It will happen. And I tell you, like I tell everyone else, be prepared. But it's not about being prepared. It's about how do you make some monies off of it, bro. That's what it's about. That's what it's about, bro. How do you make the dollar bills? Luce, who you got winning the Super Bowl? I think I said Eagles, right? 253, you're on the line.
Hey, Mr. Lucas, how are you doing today?
I'm hanging in there. How about yourself?
Well, I'm gonna tell you, after November 5th, it's straight business. But you know, I wanna shout out to the community out here. I'm Native and African American, and I grew up in the civil rights, affirmative action. I did all that with Vietnam and all that. I think this is an opportunity for our community to focus on our community. Period. We hold the cards here. Sad to say, just call it out for what it is, and I call a lot of my neighbors out on this. They didn't want a black woman as president of the United States. They just didn't want it. That's the bottom line. I'm done with the Christian here around, all around, whatever. She was well together. This was our moment. This was our opportunity. It's not the end of the world, but this was a significant, important election. And I want to thank everybody who showed up. It was important for me, coming out of the civil rights, coming out of affirmative action. I was raised to do better. I was raised to be successful. We were taught in our generation, unfortunately, to make certain decisions, which means that we had to uproot and move beyond our own neighborhoods. That was the price we paid. And then we soon realized in life, we didn't necessarily have to move out of our neighborhoods. We should have stayed. It's just one of those things. DEI is just an extended word, a fancy word in relations to affirmative action. Yeah, a lot of white women benefited from it, but so did some of our people, black people, benefited too. What we need to do is set the record straight with these white liberals out here. And I think that was our big mistake. We're so much of a wanting to be accepted kind of community. We just draw the lines now. I'm done with wokeism. We need to define who we are. We need to bring that back. And Mr. Lucas, we need men like you to step up in our community. We need young men like you. We desperately need you. We need to bring back community. We need to insist upon our young people of success in robotics. My parents, my mom came as an immigrant from South America. And I do wrestle with the fact, I try to have compassion, but it's hard to have compassion with people who come through the back door. My mother fought to be an American citizen for 10 years. This was many years ago. So I stand with those people. We have to fix our immigration system. We have to do it the right way. But I also believe in compassion too. Because I believe with our people, we know what it's like to be sold off, beat up, rape, all of it. We've been through it all. And honestly, with our spiritual and our faith, we're not the type of people to look down and say, you know, that's okay. We'll just let those other guys go through it. I don't believe in that. Yeah, it feels frustrating. Yes, some of us are angry. But you know what? For that second, I mean, does just to be a bully for 1 second? Well, you still got to deal with high gas prices, eggs, and bread, and everything else. So what I encourage my community to do, let's just get past the anger. Let's work as a family. We had family years ago. Let's drop this segregated crap. Let's get rid of this wokeism. Let's get back to bare bone basics. Let's get back to role models. Let's encourage community with libraries and food and education. So that's my little 2 cents in. You came across my YouTube line, Mr. Lucas. I hope you keep on keeping on. And you hang in there and have a great evening. Take care.
You as well, man. Take care. Stay safe. Interesting. Very interesting. 3-5. You're on the line.
Man, that caller was white as can be. I know I sound white as a black guy, but you can actually go to my channel, Zone. Yo, what was that? Woke, you know, okay, we already know wokeism is a code word for black people, so he could chill out. I don't know why they keep saying all that. We're done with wokeism. You don't know what wokeism is. I guarantee you they don't know what wokeism is. Or being woke is, rather. It's ridiculous. This constant, oh, now it's all business. No, it's not. I'm in a red state. I know they talk about politics all throughout the day, and it's straight just talking about black people. Without talking about black people. We got a hush hush when they walk around. When they turn around the corner, hey. He's black. She's black. I've experienced this. I know for a fact that caller on the other line was not black. You did not go through civil rights. I don't even think you were that old. So this is just a whole new level of gaslighting. I'm telling you, we're like in the MK Ultra levels of effery nowadays. This is ridiculous. I hope people aren't buying this. This is literally the Southern strategy. But hey, we won. Let's all be kumbaya, yeah. No, let's understand the root issues, because the root issues aren't getting fixed. The root issue to them is, hey, let's silence all black people. Let's silence black culture. Let's not understand the nuances. Let's generalize, because that's what it is all the time. I haven't met a MAGA person today that doesn't generalize. And I don't identify as either way. I'm an independent, but as far as them coming across as this new wave, no. We know this is to fill your self-esteem, to fill your ego, your insecurities. I'm talking to the caller, that previous caller, and everybody like him. Yeah, fuck him. I said it. All right, that was my 10 minutes of fame. That was it.
All right. Yowzers. Lordy. What a time to be alive. I still want to finish this.
If you are a voter of color than if you're white. Massive attacks on voters. The Republicans figured this out. They went after the mail-in ballot. And in fact, the one thing I should add, a story that's very important that you'll see in the film, is in Texas, during COVID, they were going to mail out 2 million ballots to the voters
best
of
democracy
Houston,
money
the
can buy.
number one that has the largest number of black voters in America. And the Republican Attorney General said if he hadn't stopped the mail-in balloting in Texas, Trump would have lost Texas. That's Texas, okay? They
Wait,
know what
what?
they're doing. But, you know, again, so we had a very much a Jim Crow election with new techniques. Brennan Center identified 30 states which have passed new laws making it harder for voters of color and young people to vote or register or keep their names on the ballots. This is what's happening in America, and it's rarely covered. We had some coverage in the mainstream press, like NPR found that calculated that 1 in 7 mail-in ballots are thrown in the garbage, were rejected. But they never say, and this is what I'm doing, they never say, well, what is the effect of these things after the election? Did these laws in 30 states, did the 4.7 million voters purge, did that change the outcome of the election? And the answer is overwhelmingly, unquestionably, measurably, yes. And that's why I did the measurement, so we would actually know what is the number. And I'm shocked that there are no other data journalists. I'm what's known as a data journalist. I'm surprised that other data journalists have not come up with this number. I think that it's a very uncomfortable thing. In America, we've decided that if you question an election after it occurred, you're an election denier, you're attacking democracy. That's wrong. I'm trying to boost democracy, save democracy from the new Jim Crow laws and actions which are being ignored. We have to calculate what happened here. And that's why it's a pretty good number, 3,565,000 votes lost to Kamala Harris.
Well, not only that, you have SB 202, I think it was, in Georgia,
Yes. If
which
votes were thrown out,
pioneered
does
this
that
new
mean Alan
practice
Lichtman
of
was
individual
technically
random
right?
citizens being able to challenge tens of thousands of
guess
voters
so.
in one fell swoop. I mean, I could, if that was
guess
legal
so.
here in Oregon, you know, presumably I could get a list of all the registered Republicans in the state and challenge them. I mean, have any of these laws, to the best of your knowledge, Greg, been used against Republicans by Democrats?
No, and I talked to every civil rights leader from Jesse Jackson to Latasha Brown of Black Voters Matter, where we're running campaigns to save voters who've been challenged, contacted them. They all to a one say, we will never challenge someone else's vote. We will never agree to purges. We will never do this game of challenging signatures on a mail-in ballot. None of this stuff, because it happened to us and you would never want it to happen to you.
Then I think we need the equivalent of the Satanic Temple. I mean, you know, the Satanic Temple says right up front, we're not about Satan, you know. But they're doing a brilliant job of I mean, they've gotten two Republican states now to back down on having religious ornaments in their on their state capitals or in their legislatures. I think that we should create a group, Concerned Citizens of America or something, and I think that's used, but. And in every, because this is going to metastasize. I mean, this happened in Georgia this year to over 300,000 people. I guarantee you, by 2 years from now, the midterms, this is going to be happening in pretty much every red state. They're going to have.
Well, we now have 20 states where there were challenges. In fact, you mentioned Eagle AI from the 50s,
right?
60s.
So my point. Let me just finish my point, and then I get your response. So my point is, if we were to challenge millions of Republican voters in a bunch of states, they'll start squealing, and all of a sudden, this thing won't be viable anymore.
Well, you might be right, but I have to tell you, what we're doing is trying to go on a positive route. By the way, remember, Biden won by 11,000 some votes in Georgia in 2020, and you had 2 progressive Democrats win in 2022. That's because we got the purge lists, names and addresses, and we got phone numbers too. And with the Latino group, Southwest Voter Registration Education Project, they called 150,000 people. Black Voters Matter sent postcards and contacted others. We had billboards at Rosario Dawson and got most of those people back on the voter rolls, even though we couldn't get the courts to order it. And that's how Biden won and Senators Warnock and Ossoff won. Again, I'm not here to be partisan. I wasn't.
And then they
trying to
did
save
another
Biden.
purge, right?
But then, so this time we were overwhelmed. You know what the state of Georgia targeted? Are you ready? 875,000 people. We're just overwhelmed. We couldn't respond to this, and they wouldn't give us the lists as they've always. You know, we had to go to court. I had to win a federal case against the governor of Georgia, Brian Kemp. He had to pay my lawyers from the NAACP to get this data and these names.
Right.
But we're running campaigns also to reverse these laws. We've done it before. We've stopped a lot of, if you remember years ago, there was a system called interstate crosscheck with the Reverend Jesse Jackson, which I discovered, which removed almost 1 million voters. We got that killed.
Bro, where's the rest? That sounds pretty freaking crazy. Bruh, that's wild. Is there a longer interview? Dang. That's wow. What's it already? They just stop people from voting. That's man. That's something else. That was 8 minutes. Is this another one? What?
If not,
385, you're on the line. $385. Why do that? I don't understand. Why? $385, you're on the line.
Hey, I'm sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I got a really important video for you. It's a big one. I know you're gonna like it. It's this guy called Chase Hughes. He'll basically explain this what to look out for in terms of like the UK ultra right. Basically, the video is called "Once You Know This, Every PSYOP Becomes Obvious." Guy's name is Chase Hughes or Hudges. And the video's it's about 18 minutes, but the first few minutes I think will be really good information. This is a good channel for PSYOPs and stuff.
All right. Has anyone heard of Chase Hughes or whatever? I have no idea who that is. No disrespect, my guy. No clue. No clue. Anyways.
Not for vote suppression tactic. Kamala Harris would have won.
Our buddy Greg Palast is with us. And gregpalast.com is your website. Hey, Greg.
Hey, glad to be with you.
Where's the full thing?
Well, thank you. So who won or who lost the election?
It's real simple. If not for vote suppression tactics, that's a fancy word for shafting people of color out of their vote, young people out of their vote. Kamala Harris would have won 3,565,000 votes. That's the number of voters that were denied the right to vote because they were purged or they were challenged or they had their provisional ballot thrown out. Let me give you some of the numbers. The reason I'm giving you numbers, and I've waited so long to make this report, is that I have to get the numbers from the government agencies, particularly something we call the Elections Assistance Commission. So people don't realize, I used to be a professor of statistics I was a forensic economist. This is my specialty, the numbers, which I usually did for attorneys general and the U.S. Department of Justice and other government agencies. And so these are calculations I would do, and I have done for federal courts. So we had, are you ready for this? According to the Elections Assistance Commission, the official numbers, we had 4,776,706 voters purged from the voter rolls wrongly. And I'm not making this up. I had the guys from that work with the Microsoft and Amazon go through every single purged name in 2 states, Georgia and Wisconsin. We took those 2 states. And we found, for example, in Georgia, that 198,000 voters, we actually have their names and addresses were wrongly removed from the voter rolls. And you'll be shocked, overwhelmingly, voters of color. And in Wisconsin, almost every voter removed by the purge was either a black voter in Milwaukee or a student in Madison. We had this brand new business this year of vigilante voter challenges. We talked about that on the air, where for the first time, very first time, an individual voter like Greg Palast can say, Tom Hartman does not live in Portland. He shouldn't be allowed to vote. This is new. A third of a million, 317,000 voters were challenged by the beginning of August. NAACP.
All right. Well, that is pretty insane. How Trump won 2024.
You wrote a very provocative piece that went out yesterday afternoon, I guess it was, titled How Trump Won, a Warning, which is kind of revisiting your 2020 book, How Trump Won.
Yes.
And of course, he didn't win in 2020. Let's hope you missed this one too. But give us the narrative. This chronology is alarming.
Look, I'm not partisan. If you want to vote for Trump, vote for Trump. The question is, I don't want vote suppression and vigilantes, this whole new system, to elect our president. Voters, not vigilantes, to choose. So I bring out all the nightmare scenarios. So we're warned and we can do something about it. First, True the Vote has announced proudly, as of 2 months ago, that they had challenged 851,000 voters under these 100-year-old Jim Crow laws. We have not seen this used since 1946, when the Klan, by the way, incorporated as Vigilantes, Inc., which is how we got the name of the film. When the Klan set out to challenge every black voter in Georgia. But the FBI was about to arrest the governor of Georgia for doing that. It's a violation of the 15th Amendment. He drank himself to death just before the agents arrived. But here now, we've got 851,000 Americans, and they, according to Martin Sheehan, and he's right, they're claiming that they're aiming for 2 million challenges. There's really virtually no coverage of this. These are not government agents. It's not the government removing the people. It's self-appointed, and every one of that I've checked is a white GOP operative. They've now signed up 40,000 of these people. And as you see from my film, one woman challenges 32,000 voters. She just sends in a list from this group, True the Vote, in each county. Another guy challenges 4,000 voters, 10,000 voters, 20,000 voters. And the problem is that in states like Georgia, it's harder and harder to challenge the challengers. So I'm here on ground zero in Georgia. Now, the NAACP is sued, saying you can't do this because, by the way, some of these challenges, this is new. These guys are going to be challenging on election day. They've already challenged almost 1 million voters we know of, but they can challenge on election day. And if your ballot hasn't been counted, they can challenge that ballot, a mail-in ballot, the next day, the day after the election. You don't even know your ballot's been challenged. But if you do find out your ballot's been challenged, what you need to do is, in some states like Nevada, Wisconsin, Michigan, you should, what you have to do is re-register on the spot. There's same-day registration. But what I'm looking at is this nightmare, because the NAACP has sued, and but the courts, the Supreme Court just ruled that Virginia could remove voters in the week before the election.
Right.
So there's no longer the protection of the National
What?
Voter Registration Act, which says you can't remove people within or challenge their vote within 90 days of an election. So these vigilante challenges, the basic argument that the NAACP, I just talked to the president of the NAA in Georgia, Gerald Griggs, who's in our film, it undermines the number one defense against these vigilante attacks. Then you have the other problem of provisional ballots being handed out by like candy. So if you're challenged, we know that at least, people don't realize they take these provisional ballots. And by the way, if you're Black, Hispanic, or Asian American, the chance you will be shunted to a provisional ballot is 300% higher than if you're white. And 2.7 million provisional ballots, according to the Elections Assistance Commission, which is our official federal agency which tracks this, in the last election, 2.7 million provisional ballots were rejected. Overwhelmingly voters of color. If you're Black, the chance your ballot will be rejected is 700% higher than if you're white. These are government statistics, by the way. So we're looking at a massive dumping of people into the provisional ballot dumpster. Now, by the way, one thing you can do, please go to gregpalast.com or to saveyourvote.org. We can watch the film for free, but also check your registration and learn how you can challenge the challenge. You might have to go into, like one of the heroes of our film, Gamalio Turner. He went into the voting rights, into the registrar's office, and they call it curing your ballot. You go in with proof of your citizenship, a U.S. government ID, and you go in with proof of your address. I'm sorry, it's going to take work. But the major flew 5,000 miles round trip. You can go down to your local office and cure your ballot. Just about every state allows you, when you get your provisional ballot, you get a number and you can check to see if they'll count it. You have to take action or they won't count it. And then there's non-certification. And this is where the riots come in. I'm here in Georgia where I'm talking to 3%ers who are blunt. We've got the guns, we've got the AR-15s, we've got our places picked out at the top of the buildings on Peachtree Street in Atlanta, and we're ready for the revolution, because if Harris wins, it could only be by cheating, and it's our right to revolt. And if that means violence, it's violence. They're saying we have more guns than they do, meaning the Harris people. So we are so we're not worried about that violence. But the point is, they could use violence. They could use violence to stop the Electoral College from meeting in the state capitals. In fact, we have Alex Jones and Arlie Alexander in front of the Georgia State House saying, if you don't give us Trump, we're going to burn this whole S down. Now, the NAACP has noted they've taken our film because it's a violation of Georgia anti-terrorism statutes. But if it prevents the Electoral College from meeting because it's capital in Carson City, Nevada, in Lansing, Michigan, which is heavily armed, and here in Atlanta, if the Electoral College cannot meet in their capital, you're going to lose your electoral votes. And then finally, we've got this issue of non-certification. Here in Georgia, they've just established a brand new state elections commission. The Attorney General, the Secretary of State, and the governor are not on it. It's controlled by MAGA nuts, including one who was introduced by Trump at his rally saying, and Trump says, she is going to guarantee our victory.
Right.
I didn't know that's what state boards of elections are supposed to do. But if they've already announced in Georgia, the state board, that they are very likely, they've already signaled this, not to certify the Fulton County, that's Atlanta's vote, in which case Georgia loses all of its electoral votes. And that could be the difference that could pull Harris down below 270. And I know you've given this lesson before, Tom. If no candidate gets 270, let's say that Harris gets 284, and then we know. She loses the electoral votes of Georgia. She's below 270, even if Trump.
We are one of maybe.
All right. So we've had enough.
The reason, the fact of the matter is, she could have easily won if it wasn't for that. He joins us right now. Greg, welcome back to the show.
He has him on too?
I'll be with you, Roland. Walk us through what your research has determined.
Okay, it's real simple. In fact, if you go to gregpalace.com, you can get all the numbers so you don't have to keep your calculator and a pen next to you while I tell you what's going on. For those who, by the way, don't know me, Greg Palast, I'm an investigative reporter. I'm especially I'm known as a data journalist. I got the Global Editors Award for that. That means I'm a detective with a pen, and I used to work for the U.S. Justice Department and Attorneys General. My degree is in forensic economics. Why am I telling you all these things? Because I'm going to give you a lot of numbers, and you better believe them instead of the junk you're hearing from mainstream press. Here's what happened to Kamala Harris. Here's what happened to our democracy. What happened was that vote suppression won this election. Trump would have lost except for massive vote suppression. And what I mean by vote suppression, that's a very polite term for shafting black people out of their votes and other people of color, including a lot of young people whose votes are blue. Now, here's the calculation, and I'm very good at this stuff. I've been doing it for the NAACP, ACLU, Black Voters Matter, and the Reverend Jesse Jackson for years, this type of technical analysis which I take into courtrooms. Here's the number. If it wasn't for vote suppression, Kamala Harris would have had 3,565,000 more votes. 3,565,000 more votes, which would have given her a plurality of 1.2 million in the popular vote over Trump. Even more important, if not for Jim Crow trickery, which reached it's not new to this election, but it reached new heights in this election, Roland. Kamala Harris would have easily won Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Georgia for a total of 286 electoral votes, and she would be president of the United States right now. And here's how it breaks down, Roland. And this number is from the United States Elections Assistance Commission, an agency you've probably never heard of, but their job is to keep track of the votes in America. They track it, but they also do something else. They keep track of the non-votes in America. We are a nation that America's nasty little secret, Roland, is that we don't let everyone vote, in particular voters of color. In 23, leading up to the 24 election, states purged 4,776,706 voters from the voter rolls. 4.8 million, almost 5 million voters were simply erased off the voter rolls. I looked at elections in Venezuela, Liberia, Mexico, Switzerland, China, you name it. They don't purge people off voter rolls the way we do, this purge business. Now, who's getting purged of those 5 million voters? Well, I took a deep dive into the purge of, a couple of years ago, 300,000 voters in Georgia. I did this for the ACLU and Black Voters Matter, NAACP, and I uncovered that 198,000 voters in Georgia who were removed because supposedly they moved from their Georgia voting address. Not one of them moved. Now, I'm not guessing. I hired the experts who work with Amazon who know exactly where you live. There's a lot of Roland Martins in America, but you don't get someone else's tidy-whities, do you? Because Amazon knows exactly where you live, and I got a special contract with the U.S. Postal Service to hunt down people. We're not guessing. We went name by name by name, 198,000 voters who they said had moved out of Georgia, and there they were at their homes. Now, who were they? We called 800 of them, which is a very big statistical sample. Almost all of them were African-American voters in Georgia. That's who gets purged. In Wisconsin, and if it weren't for those purges, Kamala Harris would have taken Georgia and other challenges to black voters. In Wisconsin, Roland, there was a purge of over 150,000 voters. Again, I went name by name by name through that list for Black Voters Matter. Literally with computers, we went through every single name. Tens of thousands of people accused of voting from an illegal address, and they were purged from the voter rolls before this election. Now, I actually mapped this with the Washington Post, and we found out that almost every single wrongly removed, purged voter not allowed to vote was an African American in Milwaukee. That was most of the list. And then
What?
some of the list were students at the University of Wisconsin, Madison, well-known left-wing school. Those are not Trump voters. So it's young voters and black voters. There was a complete match between the number of voters who were purged wrongly and black precincts in Milwaukee. That's just the beginning. That's the purges. 2.1 mail-in ballots, Roland. Let me repeat this. 2.1 million mail-in ballots were rejected. People don't realize, according to NPR, 13.8%, that's about 1 in 7 mail-in ballots is thrown in the garbage. Let me repeat that. You mail in your ballot, it's very easy for them to knock off your ballot. And they know who you are, they know your zip code, and in places like Georgia, they know your race because it says BLA next to your name if you're black in many states in the South. That's still on the voter rolls. Now, if it was random, if anyone's mail-in ballot was thrown out, Roland, so big deal. But the state of Washington did an analysis of whose mail-in ballot gets rejected, and they found that if you are black, you are 400% more likely than if you are white to have your mail-in ballot rejected. You didn't put a middle initial, you registered with your middle initial, but you didn't include your middle initial on the outside of the envelope. Postage due, tricks like that, and it's all aimed at challenging black votes. Spoiled ballots, 585,000 ballots, which people voted in their precincts. They voted in their precincts, and those ballots are rejected as supposedly unreadable. All these gotcha things. Now, again, whose ballot gets rejected? Are you ready for this? The U.S. Civil Rights Commission did an analysis and found out that your chance of having your ballot rejected for some technical reason, whether it's mailed in or in precinct, is 900% higher if you're black than if you're white. We'll repeat that. I just told you about altogether about 3 million ballots rejected. 900% higher chance you will have your ballot rejected if you're black than if you're white. Provisional ballots. Roland, let me tell you something. There's this thing called provisional ballots. You go in, oh, your name's on the voter rolls. Don't worry, fill out this piece of paper, stick it in an envelope, this provisional ballot. I call them placebo ballots. Because they'll tell you, the nice little lady behind it is going to say, hey, your ballot will be counted, just fill out this form. Oh, yeah? Well, in states like Georgia, if you don't go into your county voting office, your clerk's office, and what they call cure your ballot, you have to show them your ID, you have to prove you're an American citizen. They're going to throw your ballot in the garbage, according, again, to the U.S. government, the United States Elections Assistance Commission. This isn't just Greg Palast saying it, Roland. The U.S. government says that 43% of all provisional ballots are thrown in the garbage. Whose ballots are they? If you're black, Hispanic, or Asian American, the chance you will be shunted to one of these placebo BS back of the bus provisional ballots is 300% higher if you're a voter of color than if you're white. So whose provisional ballots are in that dumpster? Voters of color. And how does this happen? The Brennan Center, if you go to gregpalast.com and actually see these, you can see this map that I got from the Brennan Center. 30 states passed laws making it more difficult for people of color to vote in the 2024 election. That was Trump's victory map. Altogether about, because not everyone purged would have voted for Harris, not everyone purged would have voted, but still you've got about 2.3%, 3,565,000 voters who would have voted for Harris were denied their ballot or denied the right to vote in the first place. And that's just the beginning of the ugliness.
Greg, you called it Jim Crow trickery. When people have to understand that this idea of in terms of how they changed these laws. First of all, was a white man in Ohio who sued and went to the Supreme Court because Ohio purged, saying that, well, he had not voted in 2 or 3 elections. And he sued and he lost. Supreme Court cleared the way for purging. But then what we've seen the legal purging where, we didn't realize X amount of people were on the list. It happened in Virginia. It's happened in Florida. It's happened. And there's no coincidence that it keeps happening to African Americans. And it's all about creating massive hurdles. As you said, you got to sign the outside and the inside. It's like all these different rules, and it happens in Pennsylvania and other places, and it's all designed to be able to confuse people. And if you don't follow every single step, then you're in violation.
And you don't even know whether you followed the steps. For example, you fill out a provisional ballot, and no one says, it says, put in, like, for example, in Ohio, it says put in an ID number. Well, if you say, or driver's license number, and if you say no driver's license, they'll disqualify your ballot. They will disqualify your ballot. I didn't know that voting had to do with whether you had a driver's license or not. I thought it had to do with whether you're an American citizen. And by the way, when the Supreme Court said, if you haven't voted a couple elections, they can remove you. Supposedly on grounds you've moved away, that's why you haven't voted. Well, it says right in the 1993 Voter Registration Act, the National Voter Registration Act, it says right there, you cannot be removed because you've chosen not to skip a couple elections for whatever reasons. By the way, I've skipped a couple elections because I'm a journalist and I've had to go out on election day when I didn't expect to, but basically out of the white areas, I didn't get purged, and I'm not going to get purged. What happens is that you get purged if you're in Columbus, if you're in Dayton, if you're in Atlanta. And again, 4.776 million voters purged. And when I went through that list, overwhelmingly black and overwhelmingly wrong. Overwhelmingly wrong. And let me, by the way, if you want to see what happens, I'm giving you numbers because I'm a statistician, but I want to tell you about human beings, Roland. If you watch my film Vigilantes, Inc., which, by the way, Jamie Foxx and Leonardo DiCaprio have made this film available to stream for free. If you go to gregpalast.com, and you will see me in an Atlanta voting station, where, and I'll tell you about the man you're seeing right there, Major General Gamaliel Turner. Now, Gamaliel Turner, this man who was 70 years old, the Pentagon's expert on warfare of the future, and if you can see on your screen, he is definitely African American. He was assigned by the President of the United States to go from Fort Benning, Georgia, to a base in California. And he didn't get his vote. His mail-in ballot didn't come, and he calls up Georgia. He says, what happened? They said, well, Major Turner, you've been challenged. He says, what does that mean? He says, someone challenged your vote, and so you can't get your ballot. He says, well, what do I do? He says, well, just come on in and show you're a citizen and that you live in Georgia. And he says, wait, I'm a soldier. I'm 2,700 miles away. And 2 days before the election, you want me to come, just come in?
That's crazy.
Now, you have to understand, one person challenged 4,000 people out of the Fort Benning area, almost all of them African American soldiers. This was not a government official. This was a Republican Party official, the chairman of the Republican Party in southern Georgia. His name's Alton Russell. He even dresses like a vigilante. You'll see him in the film with a 6-gun. He thinks he's Doc Holliday. This guy challenged 4,000 voters. Now, I got to tell you, Major Turner actually flew to Georgia. He flew 5,000 miles to go to federal court to get his ballot, one ballot counted. 4,000 others, again, mostly black soldiers out of Fort Benning, did not get their ballots. And you saw on the screen, you had one woman that I confront in the film. She works for Marjorie Taylor Greene, a white Republican. And I'm telling you, there are 88 challengers 2 years ago in Georgia, or 4 years ago, and all of them are white Republicans. They're not government officials. I'm not being racist about it. That's what they were. One single woman challenged 32,000 voters. And I showed her the pictures of her black neighbors. I said, do you know who these people are? No. You don't know who these people are, but you challenge their right to vote?
So they were challenging soldiers.
Wild.
They're challenging students.
You
They're
just randomly
challenging
challenge
just
someone's
all their
vote?
black neighbors by the thousands. And in fact, are you
because they're
ready for this? By August, 3 months before the election, the Trump front group, True the Vote, proudly announced that it had already challenged 317,886 voters. That's 1/3 of a million voters in swing states, Roland. 1/3 of a million voters, overwhelmingly voters of color. And this is something that hasn't been done since 1946. This is the Ku Klux Klan plan of 1946, these mass challenges of black voters. This is brand new to 2024.
This is one of the reasons why, like in North Carolina, they want to strip the governor of being able to control the state elections board. This is why they're doing this. So the question is, and I got about 90 seconds before I go to the panel for them to ask questions. What is now happening in advance? Because now, of course, they control the Department of Justice. You're not going to see any voting rights investigations. You're not going to see any of this. They're in charge of the levers of power. So what now? What happens next? How must people prepare themselves for what we are about to see? Because now they're going to have the power to do this on steroids.
Well, tomorrow I'm going to be having breakfast with the Reverend Jesse Jackson, or Wednesday, and planning what our line of attack will be to protect these votes. I'm working with Gerald Griggs, president of the NAACP of Georgia, Latasha Brown, Black Voters Matter. You notice I'm not working with the Democratic Party. One, because I'm a journalist and I'm a nonpartisan. But the Democratic Party is totally missing in action on vote suppression. They just aren't there. But the groups are organizing to stop this new Ku Klux Klan plan. You have to understand that in 1946, the Ku Klux Klan elected one of the Klan leaders, Eugene Talmadge, as governor of Georgia by systematically challenging virtually every black voter in Georgia. Now, these Jim Crow laws are in the books of about 30 states, still allow, I can say, dig this, Roland, I can say, oh, Roland Martin doesn't live where he says he is. He shouldn't be allowed to vote. Now, who's Greg Palast to say that? Doesn't matter. As long as you live in my county, I can challenge your right to vote, and you're not going to get a ballot. Or worse, you'll mail in your ballot. You won't even know that your ballot wasn't counted.
Right.
That's so insane.
So here's the question. Let me do this here. I want to bring in my panel right now.
Okay.
I want them to get their questions in, so we can, so people can really understand, because the depth of this, and again, we talk about it a lot, that people don't fully grasp.
I don't think most people do
is how significant this is on main levels. Dr. Amakongo Debinga Sr. is professorial lecturer, School of International Service, American University, author of Lies About Black People, How to Combat Racist Stereotypes and Why It Matters. Dr. Julianne Malveaux, she's an economist, author of Surviving and Thriving, 365 Facts in Black Economic History. She's also president emerita at Bennett College. Joining us from D.C., Joe Richardson. He is civil rights attorney out of Los Angeles. Joe, I'll start with you. Your question for Greg Palast.
Mr. Palast, appreciate you being here. Roland kind of took what I was going to ask next, but let me ask this. You've been doing what you've been doing for a long time. What's the next investigative frontier for you? Because I think one of the things that has to happen is that journalists that are actually looking for information that are not in the box, as it were, like the Roland Martins and the Greg Palast and things like that, are going to have to help to uncover a lot of these truths just through research. I love it that you're a statistician. What is it that you're going to be, I know you're going to do some things related to this issue, but is there any other issues out there that connect to some of these things, some of these justice issues that you're looking at next?
Well, I am very, very concerned about this, and I want to dig deeper into this, in the challenge, this mass challenge of voters by self-appointed vigilantes. Again, this is the Ku Klux Klan plan of 1946, and this Trump front group called True the Vote. They're the ones, by the way, that came up with this, with the film 2,000 Mules, where they called 2,000 black men. Every one of them was a black man. 2,000 black men were supposedly stuffing ballot drop boxes with multiple ballots. They were being paid supposedly by George.
Corruption all over. Christian nationalists in the white is the new Klan. They already did it. They've been doing it. They feel enabled and entitled to come mask off. Mandate is a lie.
George Soros and Mark Zuckerberg, $10 each to commit a felony crime. I got to tell you, every person that they showed on camera as a black men stuffing ballot boxes, because every ballot box has a camera on top of it so they can see what voters. Every one of them was a legal voter, and they've been sued to fare thee well, but they don't care. They don't care. They were proudly knocked off 250,000 voters by August. Their aim was 2 million voters by Election Day. What I have to do is, I've been getting stonewalled by state officials who have not been giving me the numbers. How many people in the end were challenged? How many people actually did lose their vote? I need those numbers. It looks like the numbers are huge, but I want to get a more exact analysis from each state, but they're stonewalling us. And we're not going to get the numbers from the Elections Assistance Commission until maybe even for another year, if at all, because the states are resisting and they're not required by law to turn over the data. We're the only we're the only nation among so-called democracies where the vote count and the vote non-count is some type of state secret. We need to know how many ballots were rejected, how many voters like Major Turner lost their vote. When I was and so I want to find out. I need to get those numbers because this is a brand new thing. This vigilante vote challenges of, again, not government officials, but self-appointed vigilantes who are getting lists. We had this one woman in Cobb County, Georgia, works for Marjorie Taylor Greene. She submitted 32,000 names in Cobb County, 32,000 names, one GOP official. And, again, it's not just, and I want to tell you, it's very important. It's not just numbers. I was at the polling station when a 92-year-old woman in Atlanta was thrown out of the polling station where she'd voted for 50 years, 92 years old, in a walker, thrown out into a storm. Her granddaughter in hysterics. Well, I went to the house that she said she no longer lived in. It was just down the street from the polling station. And there was a picture of her having dinner with Martin Luther King from 50 years old earlier in that house. This was Martin Luther King's 92-year-old cousin. So if they can knock off Martin Luther King's 92-year-old cousin, they can knock off anyone, and they are. This is what I really want to look at, is this explosion of vigilante vote challenges. And under Trump, if you think the Justice Department is going to stop it, think again. We have to stop it ourselves.
Julian Malvo, your question. Julian?
How are you, Greg? Last time I saw you, we were Reverend Jackson.
Yes.
I really appreciate your work always. You just do such great work.
Thank you.
So you looked at the presidential election and said Kamala would have won had it not been for this suppression. Were there states where we also lost congressional seats? Where I don't think we lost Senate seats. We didn't have any close Senate races, but congressional seats. Are there other races that you could lift up that might have made a difference in this environment?
Oh, absolutely. I was looking at close congressional races. I still haven't finished the numbers. One of the reasons it took me a couple months, it's a lot of numbers to crunch, and I don't want to just throw stuff out there. But it looks like the Democrats would have picked up at least 3 or 4 congressional seats, if not for these vote suppression tactics. Because again, when you knock off Major Turner's vote, when you take away a soldier's vote, when you take away Martin Luther King's cousin's vote, that goes all the way down the ballot. And so I have been very concerned that basically the GOP should not have control of the House of Representatives at this moment, except for their successful wielding of vote suppression tactics. So, but I will be issuing a report on the congressional races soon.
But I will say, but I will say this here, Greg, that the voter suppression that we saw, it does have an impact. We talk about the Senate race in Pennsylvania of Bob Casey.
Yes, and I want to look at Pennsylvania because Cleta Mitchell, Donald Trump's lawyer, Cleta Mitchell she challenged tens of thousands of voters in the Philadelphia area through an organization called Eagle AI, which is, by the way, which is a very interesting name because Eagle Eye was the name of a racist group back in 1964 that challenged a whole bunch of Hispanic voters in Arizona. They brought back this racist operation from 64. They brought back the Klan operation from 46. It's shameless. And it's getting very little coverage in the mainstream U.S. press. Now, people should understand, I write for The Guardian and BBC, which are the world's major outlets in the English language. But it doesn't come into my home country. So I'm all over, I'm mainstream in the rest of the world, just not in America.
Congo, what's your question?
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Palace, for this work. I wanted to, and you also mentioned Cleta Mitchell, who wanted to target youth votes. So I wanted to come back to your part on the youth vote. As a professor, I see so many kids who are disenfranchised and the like, but they don't have this level of information. They're not getting it on K-12 level. What is your charge? What is your opinion about what we should be doing with the young people as it relates to making sure they're aware of this as they're coming into the voting age and process?
You're doing it. Education, education, education. The first thing I tell people, and really important for students, check your registration 90 days before an election. See if you've been challenged, see if you've been purged. In most states, within 9 days of election, you can re-register. In fact, if you haven't voted in a couple elections, just re-register. Even if you think, I've been voting the same place for years. No. Check your registration. I had a student in Madison, Wisconsin that I put on camera, and you'll see him in my film Vigilantes, Inc., a Vietnamese American kid. He had moved dorm rooms. He just moved, different part of the building. Well, under the law, you don't lose your vote if you move within your county. But they do this to students if they've moved at all. They send them a postcard to confirm their address. And if they don't get that postcard, because it looks like junk mail, most people throw it away. They call it the poison postcard system.
Way.
If you don't see that
They
postcard.
send a postcard. 346, you're on the line.
Hey, what's up, Lucas? I want to talk about this. I don't know where you stand on this voter suppression. I want to say it exists, but I do want to say, how do I say this? It exists, but not, well, maybe I don't know about Philadelphia, because I was just listening about the Philadelphia part, but not in the way he's trying to paint it, right? So, for example, and I'm using this because we had a family talk about this. My grandparents, who are in their 70s, right, they used to be able to vote through the mail, right, voter mail. They used to just send their ballot in, send their paperwork in, and boom, that's how their vote will be counted. But this year, I will acknowledge that I don't know about every state. I can just speak from Texas, right? A lot of the older people who don't want to go down to the booths were asked to do a whole lot more to validate whether or not they were American citizens. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I hear you.
So when he's saying voter suppression, I can't really.
What were they asking them to do though?
Okay, so like I said, we had a family discussion about this. Like I say, they were able to mail in their ballots without any it was just like you fill out one or two papers, a sheet of paper who you vote for, and you mail it in to the county clerk. The county clerk would take it, and then they would count your vote. Now they had to basically prove they were American citizens, prove that they lived at that address for that period of time, prove they had to do this and do that. So is that, you have to ask yourself, is that voter suppression? I personally don't see it that way. If you're an American citizen, it's like, to me, I equivalent this to registering for or trying to get a credit card, or trying to get a loan, or trying to do anything. You got to prove certain things before they just give it to you. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, but if they're adding as far as certain stipulations to make it harder for you to vote, that is a form of voter suppression.
Okay, and that's why I say, are we going to call that a form of voter? If you telling me that I just need to say, if you're telling me that I need to prove whether I need to have a social security number, ID, mail, something to say I'm actually an American citizen, right, with the power to vote, because that's what a lot of people are not factoring in, is that key word. Are you able to vote? Are you legally allowed to vote? If the question is, if the state says, well, we don't want to even have these questions about the legitimacy of our voters, so we're going to create stopgaps to make sure that those who can vote, I personally don't see a problem with that, but I could see where someone like this gentleman right here would say that's a problem.
Yeah, it'd be very similar to like the grandfather clause and how they tried to disenfranchise black people.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like,
because you could make an argument. Well, you need to know what the policies are. You at least need to know how to read before you can vote.
Yeah, you got to be able to be coherent enough to say,
you have to own some land. That was a stipulation. You have to own some land.
Yeah, like I know one of the things was that, okay, so my grandfather was physically ill. They asked my grandmother, was he coherent enough to actually vote? And she, she's older. She says no, but I have the power of the family. I have, how older people, facilitate things, and especially in their household. Like the family work together all over, work together as one. They told my grandmother straight up, he can't vote. His vote will not count, not in the state of Texas, because he's not coherent enough to know who and what he's voting for. You feel what I'm saying? Now, if you want to say things like, if you don't have enough money, if you're not this race, then I would stand 10 toes down behind the discussion of voter suppression. But if we're trying to eliminate any doubts of voter, or let's say what's it called, election? What's they call it? Election what? Or rigging the election, or whatever you want to call it, collusion within other countries and all type of stuff like that. If we want to eliminate those things, then you have to create a sense of security to prevent that. The problem that I have.
The thing is, there's no major, as far as election fraud, that's ever been proven. That's
what it's called. Election fraud. Yes, it's called.
That's why. That's why it's such a farce trying to come up with new laws.
Yeah, that's why the problem what I have with he's saying is no Democrats are challenging the election. From the get-go, the moment Biden won, there was Republicans challenging the election. And they had all these facts to say, well, they've had these issues going on in a lot of counties across America. That's the problem I have with him. And that's why I say I disagree fully with him. Because as much as people hate Donald Trump, as much as people hate the Republican Party, or you have those black people that always trying to fight something and don't have a leg to stand on, or pot to piss in, nobody's questioning the validation of Donald Trump's election. That's what I have a problem with him about. Now, if there
what does that mean?
I don't believe she'd come out of his mouth, because there's too many people that have an arm in the race or a leg in the race to not question the legitimacy of an acting president. You see what I'm saying? Nobody's questioning. People have already accepted the fact that Donald Trump is the president. We didn't have January 6th going on with Joe Biden, with Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. We didn't have that. You don't have anybody from the Democratic Party saying that Donald Trump is not the legitimate winner of this presidency. The only person saying is people like him, who have no leg or pot to piss in. The people who had legs and pots to piss in back in 2020 actually questioned the validation of Biden's election. They just, I mean, maybe because I wasn't paying attention to politics, you probably can answer that question a lot more, why the proof wasn't in the pudding. But there's nobody questioning the validity of Donald Trump's presidency. So, like, where did he come from? That's the question I have ever, and you got to ask that question. Like, he doesn't have an arm in the race. He's just one of these people that just got a lot to say, but nothing to prove. You feel what I'm saying? Like, to be honest, right? Roland Martin, we all understand that Roland Martin is a Democratic shield, right? That's what y'all want to call him. But let's look at people.
I wouldn't consider him that, but go on.
everybody has their own. But let's look at it from an actual legal sense. How many states, how many counties? Because here's the problem with his discussion. You don't have any counties saying that Donald Trump is not the legitimate
I would
president.
think the main thing would be that Democrats don't want to be reminiscent of Republicans, right?
Say it again. I'm sorry. I didn't hear you.
That Democrats don't want to be reminiscent of the Republicans. They don't want to be seen in that same light.
Okay, if you want to look at it from that, I can respect that. But the problem is he's not okay. At some point we have to draw a distinction and a line between journalism and the actual problems that exist in the world. Because a lot of journalists just report. The thing about journalism is it's opinionated based. There's not a lot of facts to prove, that this is going on. Like I said, I just gave an actual.
Well, I think that's what he was talking about with the facts that it's going on. You just listed off the facts.
Who, me or him?
No, him.
He really didn't. He just named groups and he just named groups. Like he said, Eagle Eye. He stated as far as like almost millions of voters were disqualified from voting, and it was done mainly due to people who are trying to who are bringing up just I'm trying to think of the word, but essentially just saying they're not eligible to vote. Okay, that's what I'm saying. I just gave you an example of things that states did. I can only talk about Texas. I can't talk about Pennsylvania, Florida.
We're not talking about states. We're talking about political groups, right? Republican political groups who are doing this.
Doing like you're talking about the group that he said Eagle Eye that challenged the legitimacy of a lot of voters. Now, this is where I have a problem with. He's saying minorities. Lucas, we've had to talk a billion times.
Well, he said black people.
Yeah,
he said African American.
Yeah, so now that's why I say, show me the proof of this. Because what you're doing now essentially is...
Well, he has the roles. He said this is all available data.
That's the problem. He said the government wouldn't give it to him.
Some of the data, no, the government wouldn't. Or they have to wait for it.
So where'd he get it from?
He's talking on the data that he has.
I get what you're saying, but here's the problem. He's telling you a stat that he's not facilitating or factoring in. And I know this might sound like some coon shit, but we got to get past this. Like, show me data that actually is represented by facts, by saying that these people were not allowed to vote for these reasons, and then there's proof behind it. He don't have that. Where did he get this information from?
It sounds like he very much does have it.
He just said that. That's what I'm saying. I can show you right now where I read that he's talking about voter suppression, right? And that so here's a prime example, right? I'm gonna focus on what I'm trying to say because I got my mind. I can go a million places with this, but I'm gonna be linear with this. In the black male vote, right? Joe Biden and Donald Trump in 2020. Joe Biden won it by 87-point landslide. In that same measure in 2024, right? Donald Trump lost to Kamala Harris. He still lost to Kamala Harris, but only at a 47 percentile rating. So there's a big difference of black voters who voted for the Republican Party. And I say all to say this, because you didn't get those same amount of votes, it's part of the reason why you left. So all of a sudden now, people are being what's the word I want to be? They're being suppressed in their votes. Make that make sense? That doesn't make sense, bro.
How does it not make sense?
Because you can't equivalent national security to voter suppression. If I'm telling, this is voter suppression, what they did back in the day to black men and black women, especially black men. You can't vote. That's voter suppression. If I tell you personally you can't vote, that's voter suppression. But if I say, hey, I need a valid ID.
So one thing we have to understand is that nobody's going to do that, right? Because obviously that's a lawsuit. It's the same thing with any type of discrimination. I'm not going to say, hey, you can't vote because you're black. What I am going to do, I'm going to target is, hey, you have to come from a 2-parent household. Hey, no one in your family or your past generation could have been on any type of government assistance. Hey, you can't eat, chicken or something like that. You can't do... No, it's not.
Yes, if you tell me I can't vote because I didn't come from a 2-parent household,
That's still a lawsuit.
Obviously not that law, but the point that I'm giving is that you can target a group without explicitly targeting the group.
If you say this, and this is where I would probably agree with you on this. If you say this right here, right, that if you have not signed up for selective service, you can't vote. That is a form of voter suppression, right? Because you're basically telling me in order for me to vote, I have to be draftable. That's what you're telling me. I could agree wholeheartedly about that situation, right? If you say I can't vote because I have a history of mental illness and I'm not coherent enough to understand, maybe I have Down syndrome at its highest level, or I'm very autistic, who knows? But if you say if those are the reasons why you can't vote, that is a form of voter suppression. But if I tell you that, hey, you can't vote because you're a convicted felon and these are the laws that have been in the Constitution of our state, that's not voter suppression.
What if, as far as the law enforcement of that state,
black men have a criminal history.
What if the law enforcement of that state was targeting black men?
If you say they were targeting black men?
Yes.
I mean, now that's a different rabbit hole we can go down through.
So at what state are black men, even if you look at the data, where are black men not targeted? You think it's a coincidence that they make up a good chunk of the felonies?
This is why I say this is a different, but he's not talking about that. He's saying
that's very much what he's talking about. He's just talking about it to a different degree. If I'm saying if the white person is his vote is fine, right? I see it, it's fine. But the black person comes on and say, you didn't fill this out. And this technically isn't right. You got to do another form. And you got to this whole thing is messed up. You got to send it back.
So, okay, so wait a minute. So now we just jumped ship. Now,
no, we're not jumping ship. That's what he's been saying this entire time.
Hold on, wait a minute. Let me say something. I do agree with you. If police are actively targeting black people in their community to arrest them, to stop them from having the availability to impact their vote in the masses in their communities, I would agree with you on that one. That's a fact. But because you can't read paperwork and you can't read thoroughly and you can't read
you're missing it. You're missing it. It's not about reading paperwork or any of that. It's about purposely targeting a group of people that you know are going to statistically vote different than what you want.
But if you here's the problem. Now let me say this. I do fully grasp what you're trying to say. But here's the problem with that. If these rules apply broadly to everyone,
it's not about the rules being applied broadly to everyone. It's about who enforces the rules. It's not about the law. It's about the enforcement of the law. That's always been the case.
So you're saying, so let me get this straight. So you're saying that laws have been created so that other minority groups cannot vote. That's what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Here's my issue with that, right? Nobody has came out and challenged this across the board of the United States against Donald Trump in this present campaign. Nobody, no county, nothing has challenged that. Nobody has. He's just saying this shit.
So just because no one's challenged it doesn't mean that it's not legit?
You can't look, Lucas, maybe if we look at it from different lenses, we just have a
and I'm not aware of that. I believe, weren't they, as far as talking about as far as attorneys, he was going to meet with a reverend and there are other attorneys who are
Reverend Jackson. No, even black folks don't even take him seriously no more. That shit was a 1980s
not being taken seriously. It's about having a pulpit to get the message out.
I get what you're saying, but nobody takes it. The problem with it is who he's associating himself with. It's not just a problem he's trying to associate himself that black folks don't even associate themselves with. Black folks on the whole don't even associate themselves with Reverend Jackson. They don't. We as a whole,
the issue is not about Reverend Jackson.
That's what, but you just alluded. You just brought up him having a dinner with Reverend Jackson, like that was a big ordeal. Like nobody.
It's not about a big ordeal. It's about as far as getting the message out. Because as you said, he's the only person that's talking about this.
No one listens. The generation.
Do you believe that Reverend Jackson doesn't have some pull to get a message out if he needs to?
Maybe
in the Democrat Party.
Maybe with my grandparents and.
Who do you think is the majority of voters? I don't understand.
Bro, can't you go?
Issue is not.
I'm sorry to say this. I'm sorry to say this. I can get banned. I don't care, but I'm just going to say this. You YouTubers have more of a impact in voters than any that Reggie Jackson or somebody like Roland Martin does. YouTubers such as you, Brandon Tatum, Candace Owens.
I hear you, but we're not worried about as far as the influence. We're worrying about as far as aligning with the Democrat Party and bringing up an issue to them.
That's the problem. The Democrat Party is not challenging it. I can see if the Democrat Party was hands over heels trying to challenge the legitimacy of this election, but they're not.
Well, like I said before, you're not going to do that.
But if you
we just came off of them challenging the legitimacy of the election. The whole point was that elections were secure and safe.
Yes, because states put, like I know this for a fact, North Carolina and Texas, I know this for a fact, I have family in both of them. They did things to secure up their voters. They wanted the American people to feel that they weren't. Do you think
it was about, hold on, do you think that when certain Republicans enacted election security measures after January 6th, do you believe that was legitimate?
Say it again.
When certain congressmen enacted laws for election security measures after January 6th, do you believe that's legitimate?
I don't know about that one. I would have to look more into it. But
do you believe that Republicans enact security measures for elections to protect voters?
Not the way you try to put it. I think they provided security when it comes to votes or protecting someone's vote because they had to do it. We have to have some type of system saying.
We're not talking about have to. There is nothing that says you have to because our elections are already secure.
No, they weren't. That was the challenge.
They literally were. Hence,
Lucas. Okay, hold on.
What election do you believe wasn't secure?
This was the literally message of the 2020 election is that we had voter fraud going on. That's why the Republican Party challenged the 2020 election. No one challenging
it was secure, and we come to find out it was secure. Just because you say it's not secure doesn't mean that it's not secure. Even when Trump was saying that Hillary rigged it or whatever, he had a commission, and the commission found nothing. There's no mass voter fraud occurring.
Where in what in the 2020 or the 24 election?
In either.
Yes, there was, and I'm gonna pull it out to you, right? Since you say he has information, right? 35 states adopted ID regulations for the 2024 election, when we only had 24 that made before that. So that tells you that 11 states, right, regardless of how you felt, they felt that they needed to enact voter ID laws to make sure they had
were those states red states or were these blue states?
It doesn't matter.
Solid. It literally does, because that's the whole point that he's making. Is that Republicans enacted an election as far as disenfranchisement to win the election.
Hold on, let me read this right quick. In 2020, you only had 10 states that had laws, that had voter ID laws. In 2024, I misread it. In 2024, 35 of those required had ID laws. So that just tells you that a lot of states, and this isn't all Republican-based states. Let's not act like that, because 35 is more than, it's 75% of 50, right? Okay. Or close to that number. I don't know the exact percentage, but it's close to that number, 75%.
So it would very much matter with the states, but it also, like I said, matters with the enforcement of that law.
So that's So that's what I'm saying. Now, I agree with you if you're creating things based off, like I say, I do agree with you with the police.
It's not about the creation; it's about the enforcement.
Lucas, okay, I get what you're saying, but the people of those states, because that law had to be voted in by their Senate and their whatever you want to call it, right? This bill had to be proposed and actually passed and everything like that. So I understand that there's a lot of things that go into that, but we can't act like because states said, hey, we don't want the legitimacy of our voters called into question. So what we're going to do is we're going to provide things, right, that make sure that we actually have.
I think you're missing it. I think you're missing it. A law can be done in genuine try and attempt to protect their constituents. The issue arises when it comes to the enforcement of that law.
So let me ask you this question: do you feel that? And this is me personally asking you this. I don't care what the chat is trying to say. I know you have a history of dumbasses and virgins that parade around on this channel. So I'm gonna ask you: do you feel that as American citizens, we should have to prove we are American citizens to vote? That's just a simple between me and you, not anything else. You don't believe that they should?
No.
Oh, man, well, I do, and that's where we have to. That's where we have to agree to disagree. It's not like people can't have their own opinion. I believe that American citizens should have to prove they're American citizens to have say so in the biggest changes of our lives, which is the presidential and election every 4 years, because the House and Senate changed also during that time. So every 4 years, I feel like we should have. I feel that Americans should have the most impactful say so, not no one else. I'm sorry, we don't have to agree with that. I just agree with that.
I agree with that, but you're gonna have to point to me an election where non-citizens change the outcome of the election.
That was, and that's what I'm trying to get you to understand. That was the fallacy, because I don't believe it was true, but that was the fallacy that was presented during the 2020 election.
So if you don't believe it was true, then why are we even talking about it? Why are we giving merit to an argument that wasn't true to begin with?
He's trying. No. He's trying to say. I'm talking about this guy on the screen. He's trying to say that we have voter suppression antics, right, across America, right, and they're not discriminating based. They're not saying specifically these people can't vote, but they're creating rules that prohibit these people from voting. The problem that I have with that is
about the rules, it's about the enforcement of the rules. That's what you're missing.
That's what I'm saying.
You don't get it because you keep bringing it up. If you got that, you wouldn't bring it up.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that because I just witnessed.
Wait, you're telling me you don't believe that people are enforcing the rules or certain laws differently?
Okay, say it again. I want to make sure I hear you correctly.
So you don't believe that people are enforcing the laws differently on certain people?
Different laws have different states, so I can't.
I'm not talking about different laws at different states. I'm talking about whichever state that is, that the laws apply. Do you believe that there are people who are applying that law differently to different people?
I can't be one of those coon guys. They upset my stomach. I know that some counties may do that, but the problem is that I have with that is that it's not being challenged in a court. That's what I have.
Okay, so first,
that's all I'm saying.
I'm unaware if there's any litigation going on.
Yeah, that's the problem that I have. That is because like you said,
sure, but that doesn't refute what he's saying. And the data he says he has. Yes, it does,
because if there's no litigation to say what he's saying is true, this is all just opinion.
Solid. Do you believe that it's possible that someone can be wronged without litigation?
So let me make sure I understand what you're saying. You're saying that what you're saying is just because somebody isn't suing does not mean the actions that they were doing weren't wrong. That's what you're trying to say?
Yes.
Then this is okay. In the minds and eyes of the public, right? Then it doesn't matter because no one's bringing this point to law. It can't be challenged. It can't be questioned. The attention can't be brought to it because no one's challenging it from a right or wrong.
Well, that's why he's bringing it up.
That's my okay. I see we're going in circles. Right now we're fighting in circles. Right now we got our forehead against each other, and we both telling each other to swing. I understand what you're saying, Lucas, and I agree with what you're saying. But the problem that I had is nobody is challenging the legitimacy of President Trump's election. That is the only problem I have. Not a county, not a state. Nobody is challenging his authority.
So I already told you why that most likely is.
And that's why I say I don't. Okay, yeah. I just have to disagree to disagree. I understand where you're coming from, bro. I do. I just don't. I don't like the trick bag that he's trying to present, bro.
It's not a trick bag. He's saying that exclusively black Americans were disenfranchised. They were taken off the voter rolls for nonsense. You don't think, as far as telling someone who's in the army that, hey, if you don't come down over here, your vote is not going to count?
Okay, so show us where this happened.
He just gave you an example. He keeps on directing you to his website and the video he has on his website, which you can watch for free.
Bro, I guess so. I just don't. I don't like people like this, because I hate people like this, and this is the reason why. Right? You got a lot to say and none to do. Right? You call yourself an advocate of advocacy for blacks or whatever the hell it is case it might be, whether it be Hispanic, whatever. Put your leg in the race. Don't just give me a bunch of dead weight information that you're not even applying yourself. Because here's the thing about litigation, right? And seeking litigation, right? There are no borders to litigation. If you have the proof that you say you do to show us that black Americans were systematically oppressed and suppressed in this last election, that's a lawsuit. So why not bring this to your state Supreme Court? That's a civil lawsuit. You can sue if you have the information. If you were a resident of the state of Alabama, but you can prove the state of California citizens were systematically oppressed in the voter suppression, you can sue. There is no litigation that says because I'm a citizen of Alabama, I can't sue in the state of California. There is no law prohibiting you from doing that. So sue.
The issue is what he's saying is that it is legal. Is that they use legal means to disenfranchise people. So when it came to the grandfather clause and all of that regarding black people, it was legal.
I guess so. Here's the thing. I understand. I don't want to dismiss what you're saying. I just, as a man, I'm starting to hate these people more and more every day. I really am starting to like you get on me, you get on us about not being active more as black men and black people in general, being more active in the political sphere. I have an issue with all these dudes right here with this trick bag, and ain't none of this shit they talking about. They seeking litigation, they're suing, they're not marching in the streets, they're not rallying, they're not doing any of those things.
If somebody does it via legal means, it limits as far as the legal action you can take.
So what are we challenging if it's not by legal means?
That's the reason why he's bringing this up. So that you can be aware of it. Because I don't think most people are aware of this.
Yeah, like really, I just want to punch this dude in the face. Like, I hate people like this. You just fight for no reason, and you're not really fighting. You just got something to say. Like cowards, like you're what he is. He's a charlatan, right? If we were to equate this back to the olden days where you had a sword and shield and spirit and shield, he's a charlatan. Your words are laced with honey, but we know there's nothing but venom is behind it. So I know that you're not going to fight for the shit that you stand for. You just talking, bro. These are the people that I hate. I hate these people, Lucas. I genuinely hate these people because you're literally not doing anything in the things to actually go against the shit that you're talking about.
I just think there's a miscommunication here.
There's no miscommunication. I'm listening to you talk. Then I say, well, okay, when you say show me the stats, you tell me I gotta go to your website. I respect that. That's what called being informative is. You have to be able to read. But then you say, right, that all these voter suppression antics happen across the United States, but nobody is challenging it across the United States. So you the only person that see this. Everybody else blind, deaf, and dumb. You the only person that see this, but you ain't even stepping your leg up and leading and spearheading the charge to fight these charges or to fight these suppression antics. This makes no sense, bro. This is why I say I hate brothers like him. You irritate me. You talk and do nothing. We need to get rid of these. Are the biggest issues. These men are the biggest flies that we need to swat. You're a guy who talks, who does nothing. Lead by example. There is no laws that stop you from suing the federal government. You just might have to have an exorbitant amount of evidence. But if you say you got all this information,
you may have to have an exorbitant amount of money as well.
You can't sit here talking. You can't sit here and tell me that. First of all, now I do want to say this. You are right to some suggestion, but you can't sit here and tell me you're sitting at the table of all these great minds and all of y'all niggas is broke. If you got all this so-called information that you have, this shit that you can lead and spearhead a charge with, all you niggas is broke. It goes back to what I said. You niggas just talk. You don't do nothing. You're not about anything, and you irritate the dog living shit out of me. You just talking, bro. And I implore black men to start having a more ideology like me. All you black men that just talk, bro, that ain't gonna get out here and put the work in, you irritate me, bro. Because you're not a warrior. You're a charlatan. You're not a politician. You don't have any history of standing up for what's right. You just want to talk, bro. You just want people to hear your opinion, and you're creating dysfunction in our community. You talk too much. Shut up. And black people, we need to start pushing these people out of our communities. Not for what I'm saying. You just talk too much, bro. Unless you're going to show us or unless you're going to lead, bro, move, get the fuck out the way. We got too much shit going on in our own community to be sitting here listening to some bullshit that we ain't nobody finna stand behind, bro. We out here trying to get houses, establish families, become a foot leg in the policies, in the communication, in the politics that we do. We want to be leaders in our communities. You just on this bitch ass website coming up with a bunch of flagrante ass stats and statistics that can't be proven. We tired of hearing this, bro. You irritate me because you I know this is a bad because I've been playing this game too much. I hate the black guy who just wants to fight and lose. That shit irritates the shit out of me more than anything, bro. Why are you fighting and then happy with losing? Does that make sense, Lucas?
No.
You want to fight and just lose. That's what he's doing. You fighting and just losing. Come. I don't know. Maybe this is just me. Maybe I'm getting to the age where people like him irritate me, and I really would want to punch you in the face because you're not doing anything for our community. You're just literally fighting to lose, and you want people to go down in a blaze of glory with your stupid ass. No, that's not happening where I stand. We're gonna do things, and we're gonna do things to win. We're gonna come back the right way. I ain't saying there's like a right or wrong in the sense of whose way is right and wrong. What I'm saying is, bro, I am not okay with fighting a losing battle. Anybody who's okay with fighting a losing battle, and you got guys, and these niggas pop up like weeds, bro. Every week it's another nigga who got something to say and nothing to do. This is irritating me. I don't see how this doesn't irritate you, Lucas. This should upset your stomach. If cooning upsets your stomach, the opposite of this flagrant and egregious character ass of a person who's just dry in the way should irritate your stomach just as well. You're dry in the way, bro. You're not doing anything. You're not helping the community. You're not doing any of those things, bro. What are you doing? You just literally just gave us a bunch of nothing information that we can't use. You dry told us you got a lunch with Reverend Jesse Jackson. Who gives a fuck if you're not gonna actually apply what you if you literally have the proof that you're saying to combat the systematic racism that is oppressing our people? Why not spearhead it? All these Black Lives Matter movements, all this shit like this. I don't know, bro. I'm just tired of these dudes. I'm just tired of them, bro. I'm sorry. I'm not perfect by any means, people, but I'm tired of these people, bro. I hate these people, bro. I literally do, bro. And It's always the superficial, educated brother, like he just got everything figured out in life. He know how to smooth talk. He can talk well into a mic. He can make himself make it like he Rico Suave, but his bitch ass ain't doing nothing in the paint or nothing, bro. He ain't in the battlefield. He ain't doing none of this, bro. Tariq Nasheed, niggas just standing behind a mic, profiting and getting money off you hoes, and niggas that's black men. You gotta be all them niggas, bro. You a charlatan, bro. You have words laced with honey, but it spits straight venom, bro. You are nothing in our society, bro. You're not bettering it. You're not executing it. You're not helping it to be better. I'm sorry, bro. I'm tired of these people, bro. I'm done, though. I'm done. Y'all got it, though.
All right. 614, you're on the line.
How you doing, brother Lucas?
I'm doing, man. I'm doing.
All right. This is no offense to Solid Gold, but it's a little frustrating when a lot of people are watching the thing, and I get it. This is the point of the show. He's supposed to call in and give his rebuttals. But this man was literally saying, okay, he said so much like that I can't backtrack all the way. But he was saying, where does he get his information from? He said the government doesn't give it to him. And I'm like, no. He said, because you guys don't have preferential voting, you look at the people who didn't vote, and then you compare them, or I think he said, you compare the two, and then you can see there's a gap somewhere here. And then maybe probably between that, he was explaining stats. I don't necessarily go into stats or economics. But he said where he's getting his information from, and said, hey, look on my website, this is where that shit is. The point he was also making, where he was, the point he was also making, where he's like, okay, it's not necessarily voter fraud. He's just saying that they're using these techniques to eliminate votes. And when, I think it was Solid Gold, who was the caller, when Solid was saying, hey, so 1 year or one election cycle, it was 50-something%, and then they won by this. And then the other thing, it was 41 or something, and then they won by this. Because you don't have preferential voting, it will never be from the same pool. It is called the skewing of data. If I, let's say 100% out of 1 to 100 people voted for something, it will be 100%. But then let's say the next election cycle, or the next time I'm using this example, it is 1 to 60. That number will change, but the percentages will sound the same. That is an issue. So when you can use tricks like that to manipulate data to make it sound like, oh, they won by this and that, and then they give you numbers. And these are high numbers, not like 1 to 100. These are high numbers. So when you hear 100,000, this and that, but it also, you need to look at the total pool. And I think that's why the guy was saying, you look at the people who didn't vote, or I think didn't vote from elected voters. You can start finding interesting information. I agree with his point where, why didn't anyone back it? But this is my argument to that. Or from the Democratic side, I think that's the right side, the Democratic side, right? The reason why they wouldn't have said anything is because this is my theory. The insurrection and Trump and his boys, or his people, them doubting what it was, and the way they went about it changed how the next election would go through. Yes, laws and stuff are passed to, and I'm saying this in inverted commas, to restructure it. And I'm not saying that this has not happened before. If you look at Bush and Gore back in the day, this has happened before. But no one went to the Capitol, no one was climbing like fucking monkeys against things, and no one had that kind of reach that they did back then. And there's always been laws and stuff to be around this. What I don't like is then when people think, now just because you saw the one, or this is the one that you can remember, that you think that these structures and stuff were there, and I think that's where the technology happens. That these structures were there to make you think that no, everything is legit now, and that it was always false. If you look at elections, it always is. If you write on a piece of paper and put it in a post box, if it's anything like what South African mail was, or what I believe Australian mail is, or what mail is in the world, how often does your parcel get lost in the mail? Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is, so through these structures, they made people think that things are going better. If one person can call out and challenge 32,000 potential voters, there's definitely going to be some outlier there where, and this is what that other man was saying. He was like, hey, I looked at the numbers, and the majority, not the majority, he was saying like 56 or 46%, he was giving the percentages of people of a certain color and or minority that are being left out on your votes. I don't understand why you couldn't reach that point, brother. And with that, I'm just going to land the plane. I also will say Marvel Rivals, but Lucas, what do you think about that? What is your understanding of what has been happening?
It's very much what you said.
Yeah. Apologies for the long-windedness. I brought up my inner oxy. But, hey, man, it just frustrates me so much. Like, Charlotte, just listen again. Just listen again. Or actually listen for the first time. That's all I'm going to say. Hey, man, say anything.
Appreciate it, Nash. So good. So good. $385, you're on the line.
Hey, I just got something short with that caller that was basically projecting everything under the sun. He mentioned something about his parents being discriminated based off of medical history, like mental illnesses and such. I want to express to the public here that it is a HIPAA violation under Title II. No one is entitled to private medical records. No voting officials are able to obtain any copies of that. Only your doctor. So when he said that, that's just a flat out lie. No one can discriminate based off of any medical history because they don't have access to that. And if they did, it'd be a HIPAA violation. That's about it. Appreciate it.
Gotcha. All right, we are going to end it there. We will head over for some Ninja Gaiden a little bit. No, we're done. We're done. Everyone, take care. Stay safe. Be amazing. Don't drink and drive.